Okay, and we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully, everybody stood up and did a little stretch and got their drink all ready for tonight's stream. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna switch on over and we're gonna do some reading tonight. I'm standing for stream today anyways. You're standing? Why are you standing? Why do you feel like you need to stand? Let me do this with the game. There you go. The game is between me and the book. That's actually kind of funny. I like it. I think it's silly. But we still have the... Where is the game? There it is. That's why. There we go. Perfect. Oh. I have to reposition myself. Because I want to do that. I should have done this off stream, but we're gonna do it right now. Let me get my chair out. There we go. Excellent. We are set. All I need to do now is adjust my book. My magical book. There you go. Perfect. Alright. If I do this. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Okay, I think we are all set. Hi Amari, welcome in. How are you? Hope you're doing good. So we are on chapter... I thought we were on chapter 21. Let me double check. Chapter 20. That is chapter 10. XXI. Let me put down exact as well. We are on chapter 21. Okay, I thought so. I was like, wait. I just forgot to update this. We are on chapter 21. We are on chapter 21. I'm sewing bangs into the top of a wig. Oh, very top of the wig. What kind of character? What's the character? Who are you making? Can you talk about it? I got the screenshot and it's perfect and happy now. I can go to sleep in peace. Have a good rest, Valvera. Have a good night. I'm actually gonna make the book a little bit smaller and put it right here in my lap. There you go. Perfect. Another Juniper Actius cosplay. Ooh. That'll be pretty. Alright. If you guys would like to follow along, here is the link to the book. You can do exclamation point book like that. And you can get the link to it. Alright. It says chapter 15, but we're actually on chapter 21. So you can just scroll to the very top and you can get the link that way. It is XXI. While I'm reading, I will not be able to look at chat, but per usual, if you do a sub today, a gifted sub, if you do a resub, you will be able to add a kiss to the model. That will always be a thing. Hi Magi, welcome in, how are you? I've been gonna fall asleep to this nice bedtime story. Of course, get nice and cozy. Welcome, have a good lurk, Aiden. Enjoy your night. Foam wings. Cosplaying her. Hi to you. Thank you so much for talking over on the YouTube side. Cosplaying her is always so expensive because you can buy so much foam for. True. True, true, true. Aiden got green tea. Have a good lurk. Have a good lurk, Velvera. Alright. Everybody cozy. Everybody nice and comfortable. We got our drinks. We got our boba. Got our teas. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's get nice and cuddled in and read some Dracula. Last cosplay, the one I met you in, was a record cheap cosplay for me, which I blew my mind. Really? One more sip of water before we continue. Okay. Chapter 21. Dr. Seward's Diary. 3rd of October. Let me put down with exactness all that happened, as well as I can remember it. Since last I made an entry, not a detail that I can recall must be forgotten. In all calmness, I must proceed. When I came to Renfield's room, I found him lying on the floor on his left side in a glittering pool of blood. When I went to move him, it became at once apparent that he had received some terrible injuries. There seemed none of that unity of purpose between the parts of the body which marks even lethargic sanity. As the face was exposed, I could see that it was horribly bruised, as though it had been beaten against the floor. Indeed, it was from the face wounds that the pool of blood originated. The attendant who was kneeling beside the body said to me as we turned him over, "I think, sir, that his back is broken. See, both his right arm and leg, as the whole side of his face, are paralyzed." How such a thing could have happened puzzled the attendant beyond measure. He seemed quite bewildered, and his brows were gathered as he said, "I can't understand two things. He could mark his face like that by beating his own head on the floor. I saw a young woman do it once at the Everfield Asylum before anyone could lay hands on her, and I suppose he might have broke his neck by falling out of bed, if he got an awkward kink. But for the life of me, I can't imagine how the two things occurred. If his back was broke, he couldn't beat his head, and if his face was like that before the fall of the bed, there would be marks of it." I said to him, "Go to Dr. Van Helsing and ask him to kindly come here at once. I want him without an instant's delay." The man ran off, and within a few minutes the professor, in his dressing gown and slippers, appeared. When he saw Renfield on the ground, he looked keenly at him for a moment, and then turned to me. I think he recognized my thoughts and my eyes, for he said very quietly, manifestingly for the ears of the attendant, "Ah, such a sad accident. He will need very careful watching and of much attention. I shall stay with you myself, but I shall first dress myself. If you remain, I shall in a few minutes join you." The patient was now breathing stertoriously, and it was easy to see that he had suffered some terrible injury. Von Helsing returned with extraordinary celerity, bearing with him a surgical case. He had evidently been thinking that had his mind made up, for almost before he looked at the patient, he whispered to me, "Send the attendant away. We must be alone with him when he becomes conscious after the operation." So I said, "I think that will do now, Simmons. We had done all that we can at present. You had better go on your round, and Dr. Van Helsing and I will operate. Let me know instantly if there be anything unusual anywhere." The man withdrew, and we went into a strict examination of the patient. The wounds of the face were superficial. The real injury was the dressed fracture of the skull. We extended right up through the motor area. The professor thought a moment and said, "We must reduce the pressure and get back to normal conditions. As far as can be, the rapidity of the suffusion shows the terrible nature of his injury. The whole motor area seems affected. The suffusion of the brain will increase quickly, so we must trephine at once, or it may be too late." When you read it in French. You read it in French. Why French? Because of school. As he was speaking, there was a soft tapping at the door. "Hi, Godhunter, welcome in." I went over and opened it and found in the corridor without Arthur and Quincy in pajamas and slippers. The former spoke. "I heard your man call up Dr. Van Helsing and tell him of an accident, so I woke Quincy, or rather called for him as he was not asleep. Things are moving too quickly and too strangely for sound sleep for any of us these days. I've been thinking that tomorrow night we'll not see things as they have been. We'll have to look back, forward a little more than we have done. May we come in?" I nodded and held the door open till they had entered. Then I closed it again. When Quincy saw the attitude and state of the patient and noted the horrible pool on the floor, he said softly, "My God, what has happened to him? Poor devil." I told him briefly and added what we expected he would recover consciousness after the operation. For a short time, all that events. He went at once and sat down on the edge of the bed with Goldwing beside him. We all watched in patience. French Canadian. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Moi, je pas eu aller à le... What does that mean? You something. Something you. What does that mean? What are you saying, Drax? What are you saying? I didn't have to read it at school. Okay. Sorry, there was something in my eye. Okay. Alright. "We shall wait," said Van Helsing, "just long enough to fix the best spot for trephizing, so that we may most quickly and perfectly remove the blood clot, for it is evident that the hemorrhage is increasing." The minute during which we waited passed with fearful slowness. I had a horrible sinking in my heart from Van Helsing's face, and I gathered that he felt some fear or apprehension as to what has to come. I dreaded the words that Renfield might speak. I was positively afraid to think, but the conviction of what was coming was on me, as I have read of men who have heard the death watch. The poor man's breathing came in uncertain gasps. Each instant he seemed as though he would open his eyes and speak, but then would follow a prolonged stertorous? Is that how you say this? Stertorous? I mean, what is that word? Noisy and labored. Okay. Strateris breath? I'm going to say strenuous breath, and he would relapse into a more fixed insensibility. Inured as I was to sick beds and death, this suspense grew and grew upon me. I could almost hear the beating of my own heart and the blood surging through my temples sound like blows of a hammer. The silence finally became agonizing. I looked at my companions, one after another, and saw from their flushed faces and damp brows that they were enduring equal torture. There was a nervous suspense all over us, as though overhead some dreaded bell would peal out powerfully when we should least expect it. At last there was a time when it was evident that the patient was sinking fast. He might die at any moment. I looked up at the professor and caught his eyes fixed on me. His face was sternly set as he spoke. There is no time to lose. His words may be... there is no time to lose. His words may be worth many lives. I've been thinking so as I stood here. It may be there is a soul at stake. We shall operate just above the ear. Without another word, he made the operation. For a few moments, the breathing continued to be strenuous. Then there came a breath so prolonged that it seemed as though it would tear open his chest. Suddenly, his eyes opened and became fixed in a wild, helpless stare. This was continued for a few moments. Then it softened into a glad surprise, and from the lips came a sigh of relief. He moved convulsively, and as he did so, said, "I'll be quiet, Doctor. Tell them to take off the strait waistcoat. I have had a terrible dream, and it has left me so weak that I cannot move. What's wrong with my face? It feels all swollen and smarts dreadfully." He tried to turn his head, but even with the effort his eyes seemed to grow glassy again, so I gently put it back. Then Van Helsing said in a quiet, grave tone, "Tell us your dream, Mr. Renfield." As he heard the voice, his face brightened through its mutilation, and he said, "That is Dr. Van Helsing. How good it is of you to be here. Give me some water. My lips are dry, and I shall try to tell you. I dreamed..." He stopped and seemed fainting. I called quietly to Quincy, "The brandy. It's in my study. Quick." He flew and returned with a glass and the decanter of brandy in a carafe of water. We moistened the parched lips, and the patient quickly revived. It seemed, however, that his poor injured brain had been worked in the interval, for when he was quite conscious, he looked at me piercingly with an agonized confusion which I shall never forget, and said, "I must not deceive myself. It was no dream, but all a grim reality." Then his eyes roved around the room as they caught sight of the two figures sitting patiently on the edge of the bed. He went on, "If I were not sure already, I would know from them." For an instant his eyes closed, not with pain or sleep, but voluntarily, as though he were bringing all his faculties to bear. When he opened them again, he said, hurriedly, and with more energy than he had yet displayed, "Quickly, Doctor, quickly, Doctor, quick. I am dying. I feel that I have but a few moments, and then I must go back to death, or worse. Wet my lips with brandy again. I have something that I must say before I die, or before my poor crushed brain dies anyhow. Thank you. It was that night after you left me when I implored you to let me go away. I couldn't speak then, for I felt my tongue was tied, but I was as sane then, except in that way, as I am now. I was in agony of despair for a long time after you left me. It seemed hours. Then there suddenly came peace to me. My brain seemed to become cool again, and I realized where I was. I heard the dogs bark behind our house, but not where he was." As he spoke, Van Helsing's eyes never blinked, but his hand came out and met mine and gripped it hard. He did not, however, betray himself. He nodded slightly and said, "Go on." In a low voice, Renfield proceeded. He came up to the window in the mist, as I had seen him often before, but he was solid then, not a ghost, and his eyes were fierce, like a man's when angry. He was laughing with his red mouth, and sharp white teeth glinted in the moonlight when he turned to look back over the belt of trees to where the dogs were barking. I couldn't ask him to come in at first, though I knew he wanted to, just as he had wanted all along. Then he began promising me things, not in words, but by doing them. He was interrupted by a word with Professor. How? By making them happen. Just as he used to send in the flies when the sun was shining, great big fat ones with steel and sapphire on their wings, and big moths in the night with skull and crossbones on their backs. Van Helsing nodded to him as he whispered to me unconsciously, "The Arachnodotia iteris of the Cyphages, what you call the death head moss." The patient went on without stopping. Then he began to whisper, "Rats, rats, rats, hundreds, thousands, millions of them, and every one alive. The dogs could eat them, the cats too, all lives, all red blood with years of life in it, and not merely buzzing flies." I laughed at him, for I wanted to see what he could do. Then the dogs howled away beyond the dark trees in his house. He beckoned me to the window. I got up and looked out, and he raised both hands and seemed to call out without using any words. A dark mass spread over the grass, coming on like the shape of flame and fire, and then he moved the mist to the right and left, and I could see that they were thousands of rats with their eyes blazing red, like his, only smaller. He held up his hand, and they all stopped, and I thought he seemed to be saying, "All these lives I will give you, I and many more and greater, though countless ages, if you will fall down and worship me." And then a red cloud, like the color of blood, seemed to close over my eyes. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself opening the sash and saying to him, "Come in, Lord and Master." The rats were all gone, but he slid into the room through the sash, though it was only open an inch wide, just as the moon herself had often come in through the tiniest crack, and has stood before me in all her size and splendor. His voice was weaker, so I moistened his lips with the brandy again, and he continued, but it seemed as though his memory had gone on working in the interval of his story was further advanced. I was about to call him back to that point, but Van Helsing whispered to me, "Let him go on. Do not interrupt him. He cannot go back, and maybe could not proceed at all if once he lost the thread of his thought." He proceeded. "Hi, Ivan. Hi, Rizo. How are you? How are you? How are you? What'd I miss? Hi, Bone. Welcome in. You haven't missed much. We have a cute little game open right now. If you would like to, you can do ! join, and you can be one of the little cafe members. Or if you want to just relax and get comfortable, you can. I'm going to do something really quick with the audio of the game. I'm going to lower the crickets just a bit. Lower the fire. There we go. Okay. Can you guys hear the crickets in the game? Trex and Pickard, I don't mind if you talk to each other in Spanish. They're both romantic languages, but I don't mind if you guys talk to each other in French. But if you could let me know what you're saying, because I do not understand. Hi, Ivan. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. We are reading. Oh, Jello, thank you for the care package. Everybody sit up straight, tilt your head to the left, and tilt your head to the right. Look up, and look down. Sit up and drink some water. We are reading Dracula, and we are on chapter 21. What has happened so far is Renfield was attacked, and it looks like Dr. Seward and Van Helsing are getting some information out of him about the day that he was telling them not to leave him in the house. And it was because the thing that we feared was going to happen, that he was going to invite Dracula into the house. That's exactly what happened. So that's where we are. He proceeded. All day I waited to hear from him. I love this. But he did not send me anything, not even a blowfly, and when the moon got up, I was pretty angry with him. When he slid in through the window, though it was shut, and did not even knock, I got mad at him. He sneered at me, and his white face looked out of the mist with his red eyes gleaming, and he went on, as though he owned the whole place, and I was no one. He didn't even smell the same as he went by me. I couldn't hold him. I thought that somehow Miss Harker had come into the room. The two men sitting on the bed stood up and came over, standing beside him so that he could not see them, but where they could hear better. They were both silent, but the professor started and quivered. His face, however, grew grim, and he's grimmer and stern still. Renfield went on, without noticing. When Mrs. Harker came in to see me this afternoon, she wasn't the same. It was like tea after the teapot had been watered. Here we all moved, but no one said a word. He went on. I didn't know that she was here till she spoke, and she didn't look the same. I don't care for the pale people. I like them with lots of blood in them, and hers had all seemed to have run out. I didn't think of it at the time, but when she went away I began to think, and it made me mad to know that he had been taking the life out of her. I couldn't feel that the rest quivered as I did, but we remained otherwise still. So when he came tonight, I was ready for him. I saw the mist stealing in, and I grabbed it tight. I had heard that a madman had unnatural strength, and as I knew I was a madman at times anyhow, I resolved to use my power. And he felt it too, for he had to come out of the midst to struggle with me. I held tight, and I thought I was going to win, for I didn't mean to take him any more of her life, till I saw his eyes. They burned into me, and my strength became like water. He slipped through it, and when I tried to cling to him, he raised me up and flung me down. There was a red cloud before me, like a noise like thunder, and the mist seemed to steal away under the door. His voice was becoming fainter, and his breath more stertorous. Van Helsing stood up instinctively. There we go. We know the worst now, he said. He is here, and we know his purpose. It may not be too late. Let us be armed, the same as we were the other night, but lose no time. There is not an instant to spare. There was no need to put our fear, nay, our conviction into words. We'd shared them in common. We all hurried and took from our rooms the same things that we had when we entered the Count's house. The professor had this ready, and as we met in the corridor, he pointed to them significantly, and he said, "They never leave me, and they shall not till this unhappy business is over. Be wise also, my friends. It is no common enemy that we deal with. Alas, alas, that dear Madam Mina should suffer." He stopped. His voice was breaking, and I do not know if rage or terror predominated my own heart. Outside the Harker's door we paused. Art and Quincy held back, and the later said, "Should we disturb her?" "We must," said Van Helsing grimly. "If the door be locked, I shall break it in. May it not frighten her terribly? It is unusual to break into a lady's room. Van Helsing said solemnly, You are always right, but this is life and death. All chambers are alike to the door, and even were they not, they are all as one to me tonight. Friend John, when I turn the handle, if the door does not open, do you put your shoulder down and shove, and you two friends, now. He turned the handle as he spoke, but the door did not yield. We threw ourselves against it. With a crash, it burst open, and we almost fell headlong into the room. The professor did actually fall, and I saw across him as he gathered himself up from the hands and knees. What I saw appalled me. I felt my hair rise like the bristles on the back of my neck, and my heart seemed to stand still. And you, I'm doing good, Ivan. We were saying that teacher always picked the worst books to read, and I was saying that I was not reading the book and hoping that the exam goes well. It didn't. Saying that he was read recap instead of the books. Oh, you were reading the recap. Got it. Hi, Philip. Dracula with you. Thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoy hanging out with me while I read. The moonlight was so bright, and through the thick yellow blind the room was light enough to see. On the bed beside the window lay Jonathan Harker, his face flushed and breathing heavily as though in a stupor. Kneeling on the near edge of the bed facing outwards was the white-clad figure of his wife. By her side stood a tall, thin man clad in black. His face was turned from us, but the instant we saw, we all recognized the Count. In every way, even to the scar on his forehead. With his left hand he held both Mina's Harker's hands, keeping them away with her arms at full tension. His right hand gripped her by the back of the neck, forcing her face down on his bosom. Her white nightdress was smeared with blood, and a thin stream trickled down the man's bare breast, which was shown by his torn open dress. The attitude of the two had a terrible resemblance to a child forcing a kitten's nose into a saucer of milk to compel it to drink. As we burst into the room, the Count turned his face, and the hellish look that I had heard described seemed to leap into him. His eyes flamed red with devilish passion. The great nostrils of the white aquiline nose opened wide and quivered at the edge, and the white sharp teeth behind the full lips of the blood-dripping mouth chomped together like those of a wild beast. With a retch which threw his victim back upon the bed as though hurling from a height, he turned and sprang at us. But by this time the professor had gained his feet and was holding towards him the envelope which contained the sacred wafer. The Count suddenly stopped, just as poor Lucy had done outside the tomb, and cowered back. Further and further back he cowered as we, lifting our crucifixes, advanced. The moonlight suddenly failed as a great black cloud sailed across the sky, and when the gas light sprang up under Quincy's match, we saw nothing but a faint vapor. This, as we looked, trailed under the door, which was the recoil from the bursting open, and sprang back to its old position. Van Helsing, Art, and I moved towards Mrs. Harker, who by this time had drawn her breath, and with it had given a scream so wild, so ear-piercing, so despairing, that it seemed to me now that it will ring in my ears until my dying day. For a few seconds she lay in her helpless attitude and disarray. Her face was ghastly with the pallor which was accentuated by the blood which smeared her lips and cheeks and chin. From her throat trickled a thin stream of blood. Her eyes were mad with terror. Then she put before her face her poor crushed hands, which bore On her whiteness the red mark of the Count's terrible grip, and from behind them came a low, desolate wail which made the terrible scream seem only the quick expression of an endless grief. Van Helsing stepped towards and drew the coverlet gently over her body, whilst Art, after looking at her face for an instant despairingly, ran out of the room. Van Helsing whispered to me, "Jonathan is in a stupor, which we know the vampire can produce. We can do nothing with poor Madame Mina for a few moments till she recovers herself. I must wake him." He dipped the end of a towel in cold water and with it began to flick him on the face. His wife, all the while holding her face between her hands and sobbing in a way which was heartbreaking to hear. I raised the blind and looked out of the window. There was much moonshine, and as I looked, I could see Quincy Morris run across the lawn and hide himself in the shadow of a great yew tree. It puzzled me to think why he was doing this, but at the instant I heard Harker's quick exclamations as he woke to partial consciousness and turned to the bed. On his face, there might well be, was the look of a wild amazement. He seemed dazed for a few seconds and then fully consciously seemed to burst upon him all at once, and he started up. His wife was aroused by the quick movement and turned to him with her arms stretched out, as though to embrace him. Instantly, however, she drew them in again and, putting her elbows together, held her hands before her face and shuddered till the bed beneath her shook. Patty, welcome in. How are you? In God's name, what does this mean? Harker cried out. Dr. Seward, Dr. Van Helsing, what is it? What's happened? What is wrong? Mina, dear, what is it? What does that blood mean? My God, has it come to this? And raising himself to his knees, he beat his hands wildly together. God, help us, help her, oh, help her. With a quick movement, he jumped from the bed and began to pull on his clothes, all the man in him awake at the need for instant exertion. What has happened? Tell me all about it, he cried without pausing. Dr. Van Helsing, you love Mina, I know. Do something to save her. It cannot have gone too far yet. Guard her while I look for him. His wife, though her terror and horror and distress saw some sure danger to him, instantly forgetting her own grief, she seized hold of him and cried out, No, no, Jonathan, you must not leave me. I have suffered enough tonight, God knows, without the dread of this harming you. You must stay with me, stay with these friends who will watch over you. Her expression became frantic as she spoke, and he yielded to her. She pulled him down, sitting on the bedside, and clung to him fiercely. Van Helsing and I tried to calm both. The professor held up his little gold crucifix and said in a wonderful calmness, Do not fear, my dear. We are here, and whilst this is close to you, no foul thing can approach. You are safe for tonight, and we must be calm and take counsel together. She shuddered and was silent, holding down her hand on her husband's breast. When he raised it, his white nightrobe was stained with blood where her lips had touched, and where the thin open wound on her neck had sent forth drops. The instant she saw it, she drew back with a low wail and whispered amidst choking sobs, Unclean, unclean, I must touch or kiss him no more. Ah, that it should be that it is I who am now his worst enemy, and whom he may have most cause to fear. To this he spoke out resolutely, Nonsense, Mina. It is a shame to me to hear such words. I would not hear it of you, and I shall not hear it from you. May God judge me by my deserts and punish me with more bitter suffering than any of this hour. If by any act or will of mine anything ever come between us. He put out his arms and folded her into his breast, and for a while she lay there, sobbing. He looked at us over her bowed head, and eyes that blinked damply above his quivering nostrils. His mouth was set as steel. After a while, her sobs became less frequent and more faint, and then he said to me, speaking with a steady calmness which I felt tried his nervous power to the utmost, "And now, Dr. Seward, tell me about it. Tell me all about it. Too well I know the fact, the broad fact. Tell me all that has been." I told him exactly what has happened, and he listened with seemed impassiveness, but his nostrils twitched and his eyes blazed as I told him the ruthless hands of the Count had held his wife in that terrible and horrid position, with her mouth to the open wound on his breast. It interested me, even at that moment, to see that, while his face of white set passion worked convulsively over the bowed head, the hands tenderly and lovingly stroked the ruffled hair. Just as I had finished, Quincy and Goldming knocked at the door. They entered in obedience to our summons. Von Helsing looked at me questioningly. I understood him to mean if we were to take advantage of their coming to divert, if possible, the thoughts of the unhappy husband and wife each other forth. What? I understood him to mean if we were to take advantage of their coming to divert, if possible, the thoughts of the unhappy husband and wife from each other and from themselves. So on nodding acquiescence to him, he asked them what he had seen or done, to which Lord Goldwing answered. I could not see him anywhere in the passage or in any of our rooms. I looked in the study, but though he had been there, he had gone. He had, however, he suddenly stopped, looking at the poor drooping figure on the bed. Von Helsing said gravely, "Go on, friend Arthur. We want to hear no more concealments. Our hope now is in knowing all. Tell freely." So Art went on. He had been there, and though it could only have been for a second, he made rare hay of the place. All the manuscript had been burned, and the blue flames were flickering amongst the white ashes. The cylinders of your phonograph, too, were thrown on the fire, and the wax that helped the flames. Here, I interrupted. Thank God there is another copy in this safe. His face lit for a moment, but fell again as he went on. I ran downstairs then, but could not see any sign of him. I looked into Renfield's room, but there was no trace there, except... Again he paused. "Go on," said Harker hoarsely. So he bowed his head and moistened his lips with his tongue, added, "Except that the poor fellow is dead." Mrs. Harker raised her head, looking from one to the other of us as she said sullenly, "God's will be done." I could not but feel that Art was keeping back something, but as I took it that was with purpose, I said nothing. Von Helsing turned to Morris and asked, "And you, friend Quincy, have you any to tell?" "A little," he answered. "It may be much evidently, but at present I can't say. I thought it well to know, if possible, where the Count would go if he left the house. I did not see him, but I saw a bat raise from Redfield's window and flap westward. I expected to see him in some shape go back to Carfax, but evidently sought some other lair. He will not be back tonight, for the sky is reddening in the east and the dawn is closed. We must work tomorrow." He said the latter words through his shut teeth. For a space of perhaps a couple of minutes there was silence, and I could fancy that I could hear the sound of our hearts beating. Then Van Helsing said, placing his hand very tenderly on Miss Harker's head, "And now, Madame Mina, poor dear, poor Madame Mina, tell us exactly what happened. God knows that I do not want that you be pained, but if it is need that we all know, for now more than ever has all work to be done, quick and sharp, and in deadly earnest. The day is close to us that must end all, if it may be so, and now is the chance that we may live and learn." The poor dear lady shivered, and I could see the tension of her nerves as she clasped her husband close to her and bent her head lower and lower still on his breast. Then she raised her head proudly and held out one hand to Von Helsing, who took it in his, and after stooping and kissed it reverently, held it fast. The other hand was locked in that of her husband, who held his other arm thrown around her protectively. After a pause in which she was evidently ordering her thoughts, she began. Hi, Enva, welcome in. Have a good night, fish. Rest well. Otto! Hi, Otto, welcome in. And the music? Yeah, the background sounds. The background sounds come from the game. Take care, have a good rest, fish. Hi, Obliterator, how are you? How's your night? Hope you're doing good. I'm gonna drink some water. Oof. I'm here to lurk and enjoy the vibes. Hi, Ken. Have a good lurk. Let me give you a quick shout out, friend. Hi, how are you? Hope you're having a good night. Get nice and cozy. Get comfortable. Okay. Tilt your head to the left. And tilt to the right. Vulcan, a great way to get cozy. Yeah, we are reading Dracula, and we are on chapter 21. If you would like to follow along, you do !book, and you can get the link that way. Okay. Ooh. Do a quick stretch of my back. Readjust my blanket. Yes. There is the book that is the one that we are reading, but we are on chapter 21, so it'll be XXI if you don't know Roman numerals. We are at the part where it says, I took the sleeping draught, which you had so kindly given. Edge of my seat, listening to every word. I love the relaxing background comment. Yeah, so the background sound actually comes from this little game that we have. It is called, I'm actually gonna lower it just a little bit. There you go. Yeah, there you go. So the ambiance, the music is separate from the ambiance, but yeah. Put the codes in the bag. Nope, they're mine. You can have them. You can go ahead and shoot them. But you're gonna miss. Because I'm fast as fuck, boy. Just kidding. Stream idea. I love reading. This is one of my favorite things. Especially because these are books that I've always wanted to read. And you know what? Actually, last week, guys, we reached the daily sub goal, and I told you if we reached the daily sub goal, I would tell you guys the next book that we're going to read. And I didn't actually say what book it was, but the next book we're going to be reading is Alice in Wonderland. I have an idea for a whole scene. So hopefully you guys will enjoy the little funny idea. You like that, Envo? I thought you would. I thought you would. Yeah. But we do reading on every Tuesday. I can't wait. Right, I'm excited. The original book? The original, yes. That'll be a fun read with you at the helm. Yeah. Moving an Alice outfit. So we can get another asset if we want to do something like that. So I have things set up on my throne, Yura, and basically what happens is that money for one of the things that I have is like streaming assets, so that can go towards an outfit and I can find something. 19th century girls, pinafore asset. I don't think they have anything like that, but we're gonna take a very quick break and I'm gonna take a look to see if we can find anything like that. Let's see. We can get, if I go here or here, these are usually the two that I get body assets from. Let's see, there's a couple different ones. Because I was thinking something more, what's the word I'm thinking of? Something a little bit more like elegance of some sort. Like, let me see. This one usually has some of the really cute ones that I like. That definitely I feel fits my body more. Wizard of Oz would be a good read. We've done the Wizard of Oz. We've done the Wizard of Oz. That was one of the first books that I read, actually. I'm trying, I think they have one. I could have sworn they did. Is this the one I'm thinking of? Let me take a look at it really quick. So this one could work. Because we have ads right now, so I'm going to take a little breather from reading until the ads are done. But this one has a really cute, like, maid outfit too. See, I always want to get these like body asset things, but then I'm like, I would rather use that money to go towards the 2.0 design. You know what I mean? Like, that one's a really cute maid one. That one's really, it's got some toggles. Hi Envo, then I better catch up. We already finished Wizard of Oz, so we won't be going back to it. But after Dracula, we will be going to Alice in Wonderland. Or is it called Looking Glass? So it's one of those. Probably Alice in Wonderland. I think that's the name of the book. But yes. Okay, so the one that I was looking at, let me grab it really quick. The asset that I was looking at, you guys are gonna laugh at me for this one. If I can, what page was that on again? I wanna get, I think it was, no, it wasn't that one. Same idea, but this one. I wanted to get something like this to kind of have the appearance of the queen, right? It's pretty good. I liked it. There's a lot of things that if you only watch the film, the old Judy Garland film, it's definitely different, you know? But I wanted to do something kind of like that, where it has that like gothic roses type of vibe, because I have this idea for a scene and that would just hit so differently if I could get that, you know? But that's why I have it set for different assets on throne for stuff like that. That's kind of the vibe we're going for. Oh, that's such a cute maid outfit. Okay, I gotta stop looking. We're reading. Okay, I don't know if ads were running or not, but welcome back from the ads. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna continue reading. So if you guys would like to read along with us, here is the book. We are on chapter 21. Just look for the part where it says I took the sleeping draught, which you had so kindly given to me. But for a long time I did not act. It seemed to become more wakeful, and myriads of horrid fancies began to crowd in my mind, all of them connected with death and vampires, with blood and pain and trouble. Her husband involuntarily groaned as she turned to him and said lovingly, "Do not fret, dear. You must be brave and strong and help me through the horrible task. If you only knew what an effort it is for me to tell of this fearful thing at all, you would understand how much I need your help." Well, I saw I must try to help the medicine. I saw I must try to help the medicine to its work with my will, if it was to do me any good, so I resolutely set myself to sleep. Sure enough, sleep must soon have come to me, for I remember no more. Jonathan coming in and had not waked me, for he lay by my side when next I remember. There was in the room the same thin white mist that I had before noticed, but I forgot now. If you know of this, you'll find it in my diary, which I shall show you later. I felt the same vague terror which had come to me before, and the same sense of some presence. I turned to wake Jonathan, but found that he slept so soundly that it seemed as if it was he who had taken the sleeping draught, and not I. I tried, but I could not wake him. This caused me great fear, and I looked around terrified. And then indeed my heart sank within me, beside the bed, as if he had stepped out of the mist, or rather, as if the mist had turned into his figure, for it had entirely disappeared. Stood a tall, thin man, all in black. I knew him at once from the description of the others. The waxen face, the high aquiline nose, on which the light fell in a thin, white line, the parted red lips with the sharp white teeth showing between, and the red eyes that I had seemed to see in the sunset on the windows of St. Mary's Church at Whitby. I knew too the red scar on his forehead where Jonathan had struck him. For an instant my heart stood still, and I would have screamed out, only that I was paralyzed, and in the pause he spoke like a sort of keen, cutting whisper, pointing as he spoke to Jonathan. "Silence. If you make a sound, I shall take him and dash his brains out before your eyes." I was appalled, and I was too bewildered to do or say anything with a mocking smile. He placed one hand upon my shoulder and, holding me tight, bared my throat with the other, saying as he did so, "First, a little refreshment to reward my exertions. You may as well be quiet. It is not the first time or the second that your veins have appeased my thirst." I was bewildered, and strangely enough, I did not want to hinder him. I suppose it is part of the horrible curse that such is when his touch is on his victim. And oh my God, pity me. He placed his reeking lips on my throat. Her husband groaned again. She clasped his hand harder and looked at him pityingly, as if he were the injured one, and went on. I felt my strength fading away, and I was in a half-swoon. How long this horrible thing lasted I know not, but it seemed that a long time had passed before he took his foul, awful, sneering mouth away. I saw it drip with fresh blood. The remembrance seemed for a while to overpower her, and she drooped and would have sunk down but for her husband's sustaining arm. With a great effort she recovered herself and went on. Then he spoke to me mockingly. "And so you, like the others, would play your brains against mine. You will help these men to hunt me and frustrate me in my designs. You know now that they know in part already, and I will know in full before long what it is to cross my path. They should have kept the energies to use closer to home, Once they played wits against me, who commanded nations. And in this is the doctor, or sorry, this is the vampire. Hold on. Wayo. Okay. Then he spoke to me mockingly, and so you, like the others, would play your brains against me. You would help these men to hunt me, to frustrate me in my designs. You know now, and they know in part already, and I will know in full before long what it is to cross my path. They should have kept their energies for the closer to look at home. Once they played wits against me who commanded nations in intrigue for them and fought for them hundreds of years before they were born. I was condemning them. I was countermining them, and you, their best beloved one, are now to me flesh and my flesh, blood of my blood, kin of my kin, my bountiful wine press for a while, and I shall be later on my companion and my helper. You shall be avenged in turn, for not one of them but shall minister to your needs. But as yet you are to be punished for what you have done. You have aided in thwarting me. Now you shall come to my call. When my brain says, come to you, you shall cross land or sea to do my bidding. And to that end this. With that, he pulled open his shirt, and with his long, sharp nails opened a vein in his breast. When the blood began to splut out, he took my hand in one of his, holding them tight with the other, seized my neck and pressed my mouth to the wound, so that I must either suffocate or swallow some of the... Oh my God, what have I done? What have I done to deserve such a fate? I who have tried to walk in meekness and righteousness all my days. God, pity me, look down on a poor soul in worse than mortal peril, and in mercy pity those to whom she is dear. Then she began to rub her lips as though to cleanse them from pollution. As she was telling her terrible story, the eastern sky began to quicken, and everything became more and more clear. Harker was still and quiet, but over his face was an awful narrative went on, came a grey look which deepened and deepened in the morning light, till when the first red streak of the coming dawn shot up, the flesh stood out darkly against the whitening hair. What? We have arranged that one of us is to stay within call of the unhappy pair till we can meet together and arrange about taking action. Of this, I am sure. The sun rises today, no more miserable house in all great round of its daily course. Wait, so Jonathan's hair turns white? Unless we're talking about something else. Harker was still quiet, but over his face was the awful narrative went on, a grey look which deepened and deepened in the morning light. Red streak of the coming dawn. Okay, so they're talking about the sky. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, what? His hair turns white. That makes so much more sense. Okay. Let me turn that off. Alright, we are now on chapter 22. Let me go ahead and update this. Chapter 22. Alright, I'm getting sleepy. Get cozy. Get nice and comfortable. Lay down your head. You can use one of the pillows. If it'll help, here. If it'll help, I'll move over and you can rest your head on the pillows. Imagine. Okay. Let me actually. There we go. That makes more sense to me. I'm getting tired too. Reading. Thank you, of course. Reading honestly makes me very sleepy too. But it's like a good sleepy. It's kind of hard to describe. You know? It's like. What's the word? It's like we're. Since we're reading together, you know what I mean? But. Just stay hydrated. Yes. I'm gonna drink some more Wawa right now. Cozy. Yes. It's very cozy. Makes me think of like laying together in bed and I get to read a story to you. The writing's so good I could see the turning part in my head. Right? The writing is it's descriptive enough for you to understand what's going on without being overly descriptive. You know what I mean? Because sometimes with some books, they'll describe something going on and you're just like, okay, got it. And then they keep going and describing what's going on. And you're like, okay, you lost me because you put way too much information out there for me. You know what I mean? Relax in bed listening. Good. Nice and relaxing. Good, good, good. I'm glad. I need to wake up because we have 3 more hours. We might actually be able to get through more than just 3 chapters because the next couple chapters, they look to be pretty relatively short. So we might actually be able to get through more than just those 3 that I was originally planning. Because I was thinking 21, 22, and 23, and then stop on 24, but we might be able to do more. I'm back when and ate cereal. What kind of cereal? Cozy in bed now? Perfect, good. Nice and cozy. And anyone else, if you would like to, if it's easier for you, I do have the stream up also on YouTube if you want the long form, like vertical format, if that's easier for you. Only if you would like to, of course. Okay. Modest, thank you. Thank you for covering me up, I guess. Okay. I have a tickle in my throat, so I'm gonna grab a cough drop. And then we'll continue to chapter 22. If I can just grab one. Got you up on YouTube myself. Just muted a tab. Ah, thank you. We are so close to the monetization, but not echo. Echo, 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 echo. Hello, 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 hello. It's called Fion. Cool. It's a cereal with freeze-dried fruit. Ooh, that sounds so good. That sounds really good. How do you... Can you spell it out phonetically? Is it... Avoine croquantine? Is that how you say that? Echo, echo, echo. Thank you, Yura. avion croquant? Croquant? Croquant. Avion croquant? Is that how you say it? Many love. Much wow. Thank you, Yoda. Alright. Let's settle in. Tilt our head to the left. Tilt our head to the right. I actually want to get a little bit more comfortable, so I'm going to take my slippers off and stretch my legs. Aviuane croquant. Aviuane croquant? Like that? You gotta teach me French, Trex, okay? You have to teach me French. I think it's a beautiful language. And then Jose is going to teach me Spanish. Alright. Chapter 22. I offer a lap as a pillow for comfort. If you're going to offer your lap, I'm just going to sit on your lap. And then I'll read the story that way. Typing into it is weird. And you'll teach me how to sing. Yes. Deal. This is a deal. This is a pax. And knit. And knit. Okay. Chapter 22. Jonathan Harker's Journal. The 3rd of October. As I must do something or go mad, I write this diary. It is now 6 o'clock, and we are to meet in the study in half an hour and take something to eat. For Dr. Van Helsing and Dr. Seward are agreeing that if we do not eat, we cannot work our best. Our best will be, God knows, required today. I must keep writing at every chance, for I dare not stop to think. All big and little must go down, perhaps at the end of the little things we may teach us important. May teach us most. The teaching, big or little, could not have landed Mina or me anywhere worse than we are today. However, we must trust and hope. Poor Mina told me just now, with the tears running down her dear cheeks, that it is in trouble and trial, that our faith is tested, that we must keep on trusting, and that God will aid us up to the end. The end. Oh my God, what end? To work, to work. When Dr. Van Helsing and Dr. Stewart had come back from seeing poor Renfield, we went gravely into what was to be done. First, Dr. Seward told us that when he and Dr. Van Helsing had gone down to the room below, they had found Renfield lying on the floor, all in a heap. His face was all bruised and crushed in, and the bones of the neck were broken. Dr. Seward asked the attendant who was on duty in the passage if he had heard anything. He said that he had just been sitting down. He confessed to half dozing when he heard loud voices in the room, and then Renfield had called out loudly several times, God, 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 after there was a sound of falling, and when he entered the room he found him lying on the floor, face down, just as the doctors had seen him. Van Helsing asked if he had heard voices or a voice, and he said he could not say, that at first it had just seemed to him as if there were two, but as there was no one in the room, it could have been only one. He could swear to, if it required, that the word God was spoken by the patient. Dr. Seward said to us, when we were alone, that he did not wish to go into the matter. The question of an inquest had to be considered, and it would never do to put forward the truth, as no one would believe it. As it was, he thought that on the attendant's evidence he could give a certificate of death by misadventure and falling from the bed. In case the coroner should demand it, there would be a formal inquest necessary to the same result. When the question began to be discussed as to what would be our next step, the very first thing we decided was that Mina should be in full confidence, that nothing of any sort, no matter how painful, should be kept from her. She herself agreed as to its wisdom, and it was pitiful to see her so brave and yet so sorrowful, and in such a depth of despair. There must be no concealment, she said. Alas, we have had too much already. And besides, there is nothing in all the world that can give me more pain than I have already endured. And I suffer now. Whatever may happen, it must be of new hope or a new courage to me. Von Helsing was looking at her fixedly as she spoke, and said suddenly but quietly, "But dear Madam Mina, are you not afraid, not for yourself, but for others from yourself after what has happened?" Her face grew set in its lines, but her eyes shone with the devotion of a martyr as she answered, "No, for my mind is made up." "To what?" he asked quietly, whilst we were all very still, for each of our own way we had a sort of vague idea of what she meant. Her answer came with direct simplicity, as though she were simply stating a fact. "Because if I find it myself, and I shall watch keenly for it, any sign of harm to any that I love, I shall die." "You would not kill yourself?" he asked hoarsely. "I would, if there were no friend who loved me, who would save me such a pain and so desperate an effort." She looked at him meaningly as she spoke. He was sitting down, but now he rose and came close to her and put his hand on her head as he said solemnly, "My child, there is such a one if it were good for you. For myself, I could hold it in my account with God to find such an euthanasia for you, even at this moment, if it were best, nay, were it safe. But my child—" For a moment he seemed choked, and a great sob rose in his throat. He gulped it down and went on. "Hi, Cozart, welcome in. You're free too. I did offer Princess Carrie too." "True, you did. I'm still waiting to be Princess Carried, Yura. I've never been Princess Carried. I would like to one day. Have a good rest, Envo. Mwah. Good night." For a moment, he seemed choked, and a great sob rose in his throat. He gulped it down and went on. "There are here some who would stand between you and death. You must not die. You must not die by any hand, but least of all by your own. Until the other who has found your sweet life is true dead, you must not die. For if he is still with the quick undead, your death would make you even as he is. No, you must live. You must struggle and strive to live, though death would seem a boon unspeakable. You must fight death himself, though he come to you in pain or in joy, by the day or the night, in safety or in peril. On your living soul, I charge you that you do not die, nay, nor think of death, till this great evil be past." The poor dear grew white as death, and shook and shivered, as I have seen a quicksand shake and shiver in the oncoming of the tide. We were all silent. We could do nothing. At length she grew more calm, and turned to him, said, sweetly, but oh, so sorrowfully, as she held out her hand, "I promise you, my dear friend, that if God would let me live, I shall strive to do so till, if it may be in his good name, this horror may have passed from me." She was so good and brave that we all felt that our hearts were strengthened to work to endure for her. But we began to discuss what we were to do. I told her that she was to have all the papers in the safe, and all the papers or diaries and phonographs we must hereto use, and was to keep the record as she had done before. She was pleased with the prospect of anything to do, if pleased could be used in connection with so grim an interest. As usual, Van Helsing had thought ahead of everyone else and was prepared with an exact ordering of our work. It is perhaps well, he said, that our meeting after our visit to Carfax, we decided not to do anything with the earth boxes that lay there. Had we done so, the Count must have guessed our purpose, and would doubtless have taken measures in advance to frustrate such an effort with regard to the others, but now he does not know our intentions. Nay, more in all probability he does not know that such a power exists to us as sterilize his layers, so that he cannot use them as of old. We are now so much further advanced in our knowledge as to their disposition that when we have examined the house in Piccadilly, we may track the very last of them. To this day, then, is ours, and in its rest our hope. The sun that rose on our sorrow this morning guards us in its course. Until it sets tonight, that monster must remain whatever form he has now. He is confined within its limitations of his earthly envelope. He cannot melt into thin air nor disappear through cracks or chinks or crannies. If he go through a doorway, he must open the door like a mortal, and so we have this day to hunt out all his layers and sterilize them. So we shall, if we have not yet catch him and destroy him, drive him to bay in some place where the catching and the destroying shall be, in time, sure. Here I started up, for I could not contain myself at the thought that the minutes and seconds so preciously laden in Mina's life and happiness were flying from us, since while we talked action was impossible. But Van Helsing held up his hand warningly. "Nay, friend Jonathan," he said, "in this, the quickest way home is the longest way, so your proverb says. We shall all act, and act with desperate quick when the time has come, but think, in all probable, the key of the solution is in that house in Piccadilly. The Count may have many houses which he has bought. Of them we will have deeds of purchase, keys, and other things. He will have paper that he write on. He will have his book of checks. There are many belongings that he must have somewhere. Why not in this place, so central, so quiet, where he come and go by the front or the back at all hour? And in the very vast of the traffic there is none to notice. We shall go there and search that house, and when we learn what it holds, then we do that. Our friend Arthur Core, in his phrase of hunt, stop the earths, and so we run down our old fox. So, is it not?" "Then let us come at once," I cried. "We are wasting our precious, precious time." The professor did not move, but simply said, "And how are we to get into that house in Piccadilly?" "Anyway," I cried, "we shall break in, if need be." "And your police? Where will they be, and what will they say?" I was staggered, but I knew that if he wished to delay, he had good reason for it. So I said, as quietly as I could, "Don't wait more than need be. You know, I am sure, what torture I am in. My child, that I do. And indeed, there is no wish of me to add to your anguish. But just think, what can we do until all the world be at movement? Then will come our time. I have thought, and it seems to me that the simplest way is the best of all. Now we wish to get into the house, but we have no key, is it not so?" I nodded. "Now suppose that you were, in truth, the owner of that house, and could not still get in, and think there was to you no conscience of the housebreaker. What would you do?" "I should get a respectable locksmith, and set him to work to pick the lock for me." "And your police, would they interfere, would they not?" "Oh no, not if they knew the man was properly employed." "Then," he looked at me as keenly as he spoke, "all that is in doubt is the conscience of the employer and the belief of your policeman as to whether or no the employer has a good conscience or a bad one. Your police must indeed be zealous men and clever, oh, so clever in reading the heart that they trouble themselves in such a matter. No, no, my friend Jonathan, you go take the lock off 100 empty houses in this your London, or in any city in the world, and if you do it at such things are rightly done, at the time things were rightly done, no one will interfere. I have read of a gentleman who owned so fine a house in London, and when he went for months for summer in Switzerland and locked up his house, some burglar came and broke window at back and got in. Then he went and made open the shutters in front and walked in out and in through the door before the very eyes of the police. Then he have an auction in that house and advertise it and put up a big notice, and when the day come he sell off a great auctioneer all the goods that the other man who owned them. Then he go to a builder and he sell him that house, make an agreement that he pull it down and take away all within a certain time, and your police and other authority help him all they can. And when that owner come back from his holiday in Switzerland, he found only an empty hole where his house had been. This was all done in Wrigley? This is all done in Wrigley? I don't know what that means. Let me look that up really quick. Meaning generally. As a rule, like as a rule. Okay. This was all done as a rule, and in our work we shall be as rule too. We shall not go so eagerly to that the policeman, who had little to think of, shall deem it strange, but we shall go after 10 o'clock, when there be many about, and such things would be done were we indeed owners of the house. I could not but see how right he was, and the terrible despair of Mina's face became relaxed. A thought. There was hope in such good counsel. Van Helsing went on. When once within the house we may find more clues. At any rate, some of us can remain there, whilst the rest find the other places where there be more earth boxes. At Bermondsey and Mile End. Lord Goldwing stood up. I can be of some use here, he said. I shall wire to my people to have horses and carriages where they will be most convenient. Look here, old fellow, said Morris. It is a capital idea to have all ready in case we want to go horsebacking, but don't you think that one of your snappy carriages with its heraldic adornments in the byway of Malworth and Mile End would attract too much attention for our purposes? It seems to me that we ought to take cabs when we go south or east, and even leave them somewhere near the neighborhood we are going to. Friend Quincy is right, said the professor. His head is what you call a plane with the horizon. It is difficult things that we go to do, and we do not want to know people watch us, if so it may. Mina took a growing interest in everything, and I was rejoiced to see the existency of affairs was helping her to forget the time and the terrible experience of the night. She was very, very pale, almost ghastly, and so thin that her lips were drawn away, showing her teeth in somewhat prominence. I did not mention this last, lest it should give her needless pain, but it made my blood run cold in my veins to think of what had occurred with poor Lucy when the Count had sucked her blood. As yet there was no sign of the teeth growing sharper, but the time as yet was short, and there was time for fear. When we came to the decision of the sequence of our efforts and of the disposition of our forces, there were new sources of doubt. I was finally agreed that before starting from Piccadilly, we should destroy the Count's lair close at hand, in case he should find out too soon. We should thus still be ahead of him in our work of destruction, and his presence in its purely material shape and all its weakness might give us some new clue. As to the disposal of forces, it was suggested by the professor, after our visit to Carfax, We should all enter the house in Piccadilly, that the 2 doctors and I should remain there, whilst Goldwing and Quincy found the layers at Walmworth and Mile End and destroyed them. It was possible, if not likely, the professor urged, that the Count might appear in Piccadilly during the day, and that if so we might be able to cope with him there and then. At any rate, we might be able to follow him in force. To this plan I strenuously objected, and so far as my going was concerned, for I said that I was intended to stay and protect Mina, I thought that my mind was made up on the subject, but Mina would not listen to my objection. She said that there might be some law matter in which I could be useful, and amongst the Count's papers might be some clue which I could understand out of my experience in Transylvania, and that as it was, all the strength we could muster and require to cope with the Count's extraordinary power. I had to give in, for Mina's resolution was fixed. She said that it was the last hope for her that we should all work together. As for me, she said, I have no fear. Things have been as bad as they can be, and whatever may happen must have in it some elements of hope or comfort. Go, my husband. God can, if he wishes it, guard me as well alone as with anyone present. So I started up, crying out, Then in God's name let us come at once, for we are losing time. The Count may come to Piccadilly earlier than we think. Not so, said Van Helsing, holding up his hand. But why? I asked. Do you forget, he said with actual smile, that last night he banqueted heavily and will sleep late. Hold on, I need to adjust this one more time. Is it the music? It is the music. Ah, that's what's making the rain sound. Okay. I was like, I don't want rain sound. That makes sense. Quick water break. Sorry. Okay. Oof. Did you guys hear that? That was my neck cracking. You know what? Hold on. Because Mina. There we go. I like that. Because Mina's been disheveled. I like the idea of us also being disheveled. Okay. All right. Do you forget, he said, with actually a smile, that last night he banqueted heavily and will sleep late? Did I forget? Shall I ever? Can I ever? Can any of us ever forget that terrible scene? Mina struggled to keep her brave countenance, but the pain overmastered her, and she put her hands before her face and shuddered whilst she moaned. Van Helsing had not intended to recall her frightful experience. He had simply lost sight of her and her part in the affair in his intellectual effort. When it struck him what he said, he was horrified at his thoughtlessness and tried to comfort her. "Oh, Madam Mina," he said, "dear, dear Madam Mina, alas, that I, of all who had so reverenced you, should have said anything so forgetful. These stupid old lips of mine and this stupid old hand do not deserve so, but you will forget it, will you not?" He bent low beside her as she spoke. She took his hand and looking at him through her tears, said hoarsely, "No, I shall not forget, for it is well that I remember, and with it I have so much in memory of you that is sweet. And I take it all together. Now, you must all be going soon. Breakfast is ready, and we must all eat, that we may be strong." Breakfast was a strange meal to us. We tried to be cheerful and encourage each other, but Mina was the brightest and most cheerful of all. It was over. Van Helsing stood up and said, "Now, my dear friends, we go forth to our horrible enterprise. We are all armed, as we were on that night when first we visited our enemy's lair, armed against ghostly as well as carnal attack," we all assured him. "Then it is well now. Miss Mina, you are in the case quite safe here into the sunset. Before then, we shall return we shall return. Before we go, let me know you armed against personal attack. I have myself, since you came down, prepared your chamber by the placing of things of which we know, so that he may not enter. Now let me guard yourself. On your forehead I touch this piece of sacred wafer in the name of the Father, the Son," and there was a fearful scream which almost froze our hearts to hear. As he had placed the wafer on Mina's forehead, it had seared it, had burned into the flesh as though it had been a piece of white-hot metal. My poor darling's brain had told her the significance of the fact as quickly as her nerves received the pain of it, and the two so overwhelmed her that her overwrought nature had its voice in that dreadful scream. But the words to her, though, came quickly. The echo of the scream had not ceased to ring on the air when there came the reaction, and she sank on her knees on the floor in agony of abasement, pulling her beautiful hair over her face as the leper of his old mantle. She wailed out, "Unclean, unclean, even the Almighty shuns my polluted flesh. I must bear this mark of shame upon my forehead until Judgment Day." They all paused. I had thrown myself beside her in an agony of helpless grief, and putting my arms around, held her tight. For a few minutes of sorrowful heartbeats together, whilst the friends around us turned away their eyes, ran tears silently. Then Van Helsing turned and said gravely, so gravely that I could not help feeling that he was in some way inspired, and was stating things outside himself. It may be that you may have to bear that mark till God himself see fit, as he most surely shall on the Judgment Day, to redress all wrongs of the earth and of his children that he has placed thereon. Oh, Madam Mina, my dear, dear, may we who love you be there too, to see when that red scar, the sign of God's knowledge of what has been, shall pass away and leave your forehead as pure as the heart we all know. For so surely as we live, the scar shall pass away when God sees right to lift the burden that is hard upon us. Exos, thanks so much for the follow. Till then, we bear our cross, as the Son did so in obedience to his will. It may be that we are chosen instruments of his good pleasure, and that we ascend to his bidding as that other thought, stripes and shame, through tears and blood, through doubts and fears, and all that makes a difference between God and man. There was hope in his words and comfort, and they made for resignation. Mina and I both felt so, and simultaneously we took one of the old men's hand and bent over and kissed it. Then without a word we all knelt down together, and all holding hands swore to be true to each other. We men pledged ourselves to raise the veil of sorrow from the head of her whom, in his own way, we loved, and we prayed for help and guidance in the terrible task which lay before us. It was then time to start. So I said farewell to Mina, a parting which neither of us shall forget to our dying day, and we set out. To one thing I have made up my mind. If we find out that Mina must be a vampire in the end, then she shall not go into that unknown and terrible land alone. I suppose it is thus that in old times one vampire meant many, just as their hideous bodies could only rest in sacred earth. So the holiest love was the recruiting sergeant of their ghastly ranks. We entered Carafax without trouble and found all things the same as on the first occasion. It was hard to believe that amongst so prosaic surroundings of neglect and dust and decay there was any ground for such fear as we already knew. Had not our minds been made up, and had there not been terrible memories to spur us on, we could hardly have proceeded with our task. We found no papers or any sign of use in the house, and in the old chapel the great boxes looked just as we had seen them last. Dr. Van Helsing said to us solemnly as we stood before them, "And now, my friends, we have a duty here to do. We must sterilize this earth so sacred of holy memories that he has brought from a far distant land for such fell use. He has chosen this earth because it has been holy. Thus we defeat him with his own weapon, for we make it more holy still. It was sanctified to such use of man, now we sanctify it to God." As he spoke, he took from his bag a screwdriver and a wrench, and very soon the top of one of the cases was thrown open. The earth smelled musty and close, but we did not somehow seem to mind, for our attention was concentrated on the professor. Taking from his box a piece of sacred wafer, he laid it reverently on the earth, and then, shutting down the lid, began to screw it home. We aided him as he worked. One by one, we treated it the same way, each of the great boxes, and left them as we had found them, to all appearance, but in each was a portion of the host. When we closed the door behind us, Professor said solemnly, "So much is already done. If it may be that with all the others we can do so successfully, then the sunset of this evening may shine on Madam forehead, all white as ivory and with no stain." As we passed across the lawn on our way to the station to catch our train, we could see the front of the asylum. I looked eagerly, and in the window of my own room I saw Mina. I waved my hand to her and nodded to tell that our work there was successfully accomplished. She nodded in reply to show that she understood. The last I saw, she was waving her hand in farewell. It was with a heavy heart that we sought the station and just caught the train, which was steaming in as we reached the platform. I have written this in the train. Break time. Little break. Little breaky break. I feel so bad for Mina. I feel so bad for her. Imagine, not only are you about to turn into something that you do not want to become, but now you have to bear this mark on your forehead because of it. Right? Good stretchies. Really quick, I'm gonna take a very quick break. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna go get some more water. My cup is like less than half empty, if that's the word that you phrase it. It's not half full, it's like less than that, if that makes sense. I'm gonna go refresh my water and I will be right back. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Did you stand up? Did you get a drink? Did you stretch yourself? I am. Hi, Jump. How are you? How's your night? Are you having a good night? Welcome back. Welcome back. A diet of self-care is good for the body, chat. It's true. It's true. I'm still standing. Man's form, did you sit down for a moment and just rest yourself? I know you're trying to work on something, but sometimes you need to sit down just for a little bit. Just for a little bit, man's form. Stretched and pulled something. Instructions unclear. Oh no, for the cosplay. I know, but you have been standing for 3 hours. It's okay to sit down for 5 minutes, take a look at what you're working on, and then sit up, and then go back to what you were doing. I'm doing pretty well, just in work now. About to hop in a call. Oh, hopefully work as well. I need to readjust my blanket. Hold on. Okay. Nope. I need to get it stuck under my chair. All right. It's been 3 hours. It has. It has been 3 hours, man's form. Take a seat, just for a little bit. Hi, Doodle. Welcome in, beautiful. How are you? Doodle. How are you, lovely? Oh, okay. I'm not sure why it keeps doing that. It keeps like resetting, and I don't know why. Let me take a look at something here. Okay, there we go. As long as you guys type something in chat. Yes, see? You're all showing up right here. We got Drag, Aiden, Noxus, Jello, Kamodi. You guys are entering the cafe. If you want a drink, you just have to chat. Or do exclamation point join if you haven't already. I think both will work. Instructions unclear. Bone walker. Don't hurt yourself. That's not okay. Something in chat. All good, thank you. Hey, they're doing well. I'm doing good. I'm actually getting a little peckish. So I think after stream, I'm gonna grab a little something something. I think I'm gonna grab like, I think we have oatmeal. I'll probably have some oatmeal. I think we have brown sugar. I can have brown sugar cinnamon oatmeal. Yum. That sounds good. It's so cold. They have ice water in hell. They do. It's true. Well, it depends on which variation of hell you're talking about. Cronuts. Yeah, if you take a look in the little game, if you do exclamation point join, you do become one of the little characters. And what I can do is boop, boop, give you little hearts. Boop, boop. It's such a cute little game. I like it. It's very sweet. We have our garden over here. See, we have our little garden. We have vegetables, we have our gardeners, we have our piggies. We got fishy fish. And then we have our chefs over here, all prepared and ready to make you food. And this is where you guys sit. This is the cafe area. It's such a cute little area. I like it. If I lie about it and groan, does it count as not hurting myself? Yes? Maybe? What's the question? I don't know what you mean. You dork. Okay. A big budget stream, a whole garden, inflation hasn't bothered you. I mean, if you really look at the garden, there's like 2 of everything, and that's it. That's literally it. So. Alright. I'm gonna actually adjust the scene just a tiny bit. We're gonna remove that. And I'm gonna do just the pillows. So that I can get a bit closer. There you go. I like that. I like that more. I think that looks better. I think that looks much better, in my humble opinion. And we didn't get any subs today, did we? Nope. Perfect. Okay. Alright. What more do you need? It's a cafe, not a Walmart. I need a bed to sleep in, a computer to stream on, and I need someone's lap to sit on so I can wrap my legs around them and get warm. Those are my 3 musts. My 3 has to have. Care package. Alright, we do care packages together. Sit up, tilt your head to the left. And tilt your head to the right. Look up. And look down. Sit up and drink some water. Thank you, Doodle. Asking a whole lot. I know, right? I'm so needy. I have so many demands. So many demands. Alright. Is everybody comfortable? Everybody got a pillow? Everybody got a lap? So high maintenance. I know. I'm the worst thing ever. It's terrible. I know. I know. That's probably why I'm still single. Piccadilly, 12:30 in the afternoon. Just before we reached Fenchurch Street, Lord Goldming said to me, "Quincy and I will find a locksmith. You had better not come with us in case there should be any difficulty, for under the circumstances, it wouldn't seem so bad for us to break into an empty house. But you are solicitor, and the Incorporated Law Society might tell you that you should have known better." I demurred as my not shaken in anger even of odium, but he went on. "Besides, it will attract less attention if there are not too many of us. My title will make it all right with the locksmith, and with any policeman that may come along. You had better go with Jack and the professor and stay in the Green Park, somewhere in sight of the house. And when you see the door open, the smith has gone away, you do all come across. We shall be on the lookout for you, and shall let you in." "This advice is good," said Van Helsing, and so said no more. Goldming and Morris hurried off in a cab. We followed in another. At the corner of Arlington Street, our contingent got out and strolled into the Green Park. My heart beat as I saw the house on which so much of our hope was centered, loomed up grim and silent in its deserted condition, amongst its more lively and spruce-looking neighbors. We sat down on a bench within good view and began to smoke cigars so as to attract as little attention as possible. The minutes seemed to pass with leaden feet as we waited for the coming of the others. At length, we saw a four-wheel drive up. Out of it, in leisure fashion, got Lord Goldming and Morris, and down from the box descended a thick-set working man with his rush-woven basket of tools. Morris paid the cabman, who touched his hat and drove away. Together the two ascended the steps, and Lord Goldming pointed out what he wanted done. The workman took off his coat leisurely and hung it on one of the spikes of the rail, saying something to a policeman who just then sauntered along. The policeman nodded acquiesce, and the man kneeling down placed his bag beside him. After searching through it, he took out a selection of tools which he produced to lay beside him in orderly fashion. Then he stood up, looked into the keyhole, blew into it, and turning into his employers, made some remark. Lord Goldming smiled, and the man lifted a good-sized bunch of keys. Selecting one of them, he began to probe the lock, as if feeling his way with it. After fumbling about for a bit, he tried a second, and then a third. All at once the door opened under a slight push from him, and he and the two others entered the hall. We sat still. My own cigar burnt furiously, but Van Helsing's went cold altogether. We waited patiently as we saw the workman come out and bring in his bag. Then he held the door partially open, steadying it with his knees, whilst he fitted a key to the lock. This he finally handed to Lord Goldming, who took out his purse and gave him something. The man touched his hat, took his bag, put on his coat, and departed. Not a soul took the slightest notice of the whole transaction. When the man had fairly gone, we three crossed the street and knocked at the door. It was immediately opened by Quincy Morris, beside whom stood Lord Goldming lighting a cigar. "The place smells so vilely," said the latter as we came in. It did indeed smell vilely, like the old chapel at Carfax, and with our previous experience, it was plain to us that the Count had been using the place pretty freely. We moved to explore the house, all keeping together in case of attack, for we knew we had a strong and wily enemy to deal with, and as yet we did not know whether the Count might not be in the house. In the dining room, which lay at the back of the hall, we found 8 boxes of earth. 8 boxes out of the 9 which we sought. Our work was not over, and would never be until we should have found the missing box. First we opened the shutters of the window which looked out across the narrow stone-flagged yard at the blank face of a stable, pointed to it like a front of a miniature house. There were no windows in it, so we were not afraid of being overlooked. We did not lose any time in examining the chests. With the tools which we had brought with us, we opened them one by one and treated them as we had treated those others in the old chapel. It was evident to us that the Count was not at present in the house, and we proceeded to search for any of his effects. After a cursory glance at the rest of the rooms, from basement to attic, we came to the conclusion that the dining room contained any effects which might belong to the Count, and so we proceeded to minutely examine them, then lay in a sort of orderly disorder on the great dining room table. There were title deeds of the Piccadilly house in a great bundle, deeds of the purchase of the houses at Mile End and Bermondsey, notepaper, envelopes, and pens and ink. All were covered up in thin wrapping paper to keep them from the dust. There were also a clothes brush, a brush and comb, and a jug and basin, the latter containing dirty water which was reddened as if with blood. Last of all was a little heap of keys of all sorts and sizes, probably those belonging to the other houses. When we had examined this last find, Lord Goldming and Quincy Morris taking accurate notes of the various addresses of the houses in the east and the south, took with them the keys and a great bunch, and set out to destroy the boxes in these places. The rest of us are, with what patience we can, waiting the return or the coming of the Count. We did it. We finished chapter 22. I have a pillow, and you can have my lap. Hi, Liori. Welcome in. How are you? Contingent is a good word for that. Where it's like your group. Imagine you're all going out to drink, right? Say like me, man's form, Yura, Liori, Doodle, right? We're all in an Uber going out to drink, and we turn to the person who drove us, the Uber driver, and we're like, our contingent will exit here. I'm gonna use that from now on. I mean, that might not be used so much as society. Some don't quite fit into that cookie cutter mold. And those people stay single longer, like me. Definitely don't fit that cookie cutter. It's gonna think we're vampires. I mean, we'll just eat some garlic in front of him, be like, we're not vampires, Gitsa, I promise you. And then pay him in pennies. We'll pay him in a jar of pennies. He'd be like, what the fuck is this? What's I pay you in pennies. Imagine. They'd be so upset. Alright. Chapter 23. We actually might get further than 3 chapters tonight. Because we're on chapter 23. Let me see. 23. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 more. Depending on how fast these chapters go, we actually might be able to finish it. And if we do, then that means next week we can start Alice in Wonderland. Maybe. No, the last 3 chapters are pretty long. So we might be able to do 2 more tonight before the end. Let me go back up so we can get to chapter 23. 21, 2, 3. There we go. Alright. Chapter 23. Dr. Seward's Diary. The time seemed terribly long whilst we were waiting for the coming of Goldwing and Quincy Morris. The professor tried to keep our minds active by using them all the time. I could see his beneficent purpose, with the side glances which he threw from time to time at Harker. The poor fellow is overwhelmed in a misery that's appalling to see. Last night he was frank, happy-looking man with strong, youthful face, full of energy, and with dark brown hair. Today, he is a drawn, haggard old man. Those white hair matches well with the hollow, burning eyes and grief-written lines on his face. Oh, so his hair did turn white. So as the sun came up and the shock of everything that happened, his hair did turn white. Can that really happen? Anyways, today he is a drawn, haggard old man whose white hair matches well with the hollow, burning eyes and grief-stricken lines of his face. His energy is still intact. In fact, he is like a living flame. This may yet be his salvation, for if all go well, it will tide him over the despairing period. He will then, in a kind of way, wake again to the realities of life. Poor fellow. I thought if my own trouble was bad enough, but his. The professor knows this well enough and is doing his best to keep his mind active. What he has been saying was, under the circumstances, of absorbing interest. So well as I can remember, here it is. I have studied over and over again since they came into my hands all the papers relating to this monster, and the more I have studied, the greater seems the necessity to utterly stamp him out. Although there are signs of his advance, not only of his power but of his knowledge of it. As I learned from the researches of my friend Omis of Budapest, he was a life a most wonderful man, soldier, statesman, and alchemist, which later was the highest development of science knowledge of his time. He had a mighty brain, a learning beyond compare, and a heart that knew no fear and no remorse. He dared even to attend the scholarments, and there were no branch of knowledge of his time that he did not essay. Well, in him the brain powers survived this physical death, though it would seem that memory was not all complete. In some faculties of mind he had been, and is, only a child, but he is growing, and some things that were childish in the first are now of a man's stature. He is experimenting, and doing it well, and if it had not been that we have crossed his path, he may be yet if we fail, the father of further of an order of new beings, whose road must lead through death, not life. Harker groaned and said, "And this, all arrayed against my darling. How is he experimenting? The knowledge may help us to defeat him." He has all along since his coming been trying his power, slowly but surely. That big childish brain of his is working well. For us, it is, as yet, a child brain, for he had dared, at the first, to attempt certain things he would long ago have been beyond our power. However, he means to succeed, and a man who has centuries before him can afford to wait and to go slow. Festina lente may well be his motto. "I fail to understand," said Harker wearily. "Do be more plain to me. Perhaps grief and trouble are dulling my brain." The professor laid his hand tenderly on his shoulder as he spoke. "Oh, my child, I will be plain. Do you not see how, of late, this monster has been creeping into knowledge experimentally? How he has been making use of the zoophagous patient, so effect his entry into friend John's home? For your vampire, though in all afterwards he can come when and how he will, must at the first make entry only when asked thereto by an inmate. But these are not his most important experiments. Do we not see how at first all these so great boxes were moved by others? He knew not then, but that must be so. But all the time that so great grand child brain of his is growing, and he began to consider whether he might not himself move the box. So he began to help, and then when he found that this be all right, he tried to move them all alone, and so he had progress, and they scattered these graves of him, and none but he know where they are hidden. He may have intended to bury them deep in the ground so that he only use them in the night, or at such time as he can change his form. They do him equal well, and none may know these are his hiding place. But, my child, do not despair. This knowledge come to him just too late. Already all of his layers but one be sterilized for him to use, and before the sunset this shall be so. Then he have no place where he can move and hide. I delayed this morning, that so we might be sure. Is there not more at stake for us than for him? Then why we not even be more careful than him? By my clock, it is 1 hour, and already, if all be well, friend Arthur Quincy are on their way to us. Today is our day, and we must go. If slow and lose no chance, See, there are 5 of us when we lose absent one's return. Whilst he was speaking, we were startled by a knock at the hall door. The double postman's knock of the telegraph boy. We all moved out to the hall with one impulse, and Von Helsing, holding up his hand to us, kept silent, stepped to the door, and opened it. The boy handed in a dispatch. The professor closed the door again, and after looking at the direction, opened it and read aloud. Look out for D. He has just now 12:45 came from Carfax hurriedly and hastened towards south. He seems to be going the round and may want to see you. Mina. There was a pause, broken by Jonathan Harker's voice. Now, God be thanked, we shall soon meet. Von Helsing turned to him quickly and said, God will act in his own way and time. Do not fear. And do not rejoice as yet, for what we wish for at the moment may be our undoings. I care for nothing now, he answered hotly, except to wipe out this brute from the face of creation. I would sell my soul to do it. Hush, hush, my child, said Von Helsing. God does not purchase souls at this wise, and the devil, though he may purchase, does not keep faith. But God is merciful and just, and knowing your pain and your devotion to that dear Mina. Think you how her pain will be doubled did she but hear your wild words. Do not fear any of us. We are all devoted to the cause, and today shall see the end. The time is coming for action. Today this vampire is limited to the powers of man. Until sunset, he may not change. It will take him time to arrive here. See, it is 20 minutes past 1, and there are yet some times before he can hither come, be he never so quick. What we must hope for is that Lord Arthur and Quincy arrive first. About half an hour after we had received Miss Harker's telegram, there came a quiet, resolute knock at the hall door. It was just an ordinary lock, such as is given hourly by thousands of gentlemen, but it made the professor's heart and mind beat loudly. We looked at each other, and together moved out into the hall. We each held ready to use our various armaments, their spiritual in the left hand, the mortal in the right. Von Helsing held back the latch, and holding the door half open, stood back, having both hands ready for action. The gladness of our hearts must have shone upon our faces when on the step, close to the door, we saw Lord Goldming and Quincy Morris. Wait, who? For D. Got it. Oh, look out for D, look out for Dracula. 12:45, he has come to Carfax hurriedly and hastened towards the south. He seems to be going around and making one to see you. Okay, got it. I see what she means now. I didn't understand at first, but now I got it. Okay. Just talking about Dracula. It is all right. We found both places, 6 boxes in each, and we destroyed them all. Destroyed, asked the professor. For him. We were silent for a minute, and then Quincy said, There's nothing to do but wait here. If, however, he doesn't turn up by 5 o'clock, we must start off, and it won't do to leave Miss Harker alone before sunset. He will be here before long now, said Von Helsing, who has been consulting his pocketbook. Nota bene, in Madame's telegram, he went south from Carfax, which means he went to cross the river, and he could only do so at slack of tide, which should be something before 1 o'clock. That he went south has a meaning for us. He is as yet only suspicious, and he went from Carfax first to the place where he would suspect interference least. You must have been at Bermondsey only a short time before him. That he is not here already shows that he went to Mile End next. This took him some time, for he would have then to be carried over the river in some way. Believe me, my friends, we shall not have long to wait now. We should have ready some plan of attack, so that we may throw away no chance. Hush, there is no time now. Have all your arms. be ready." He held up a warning hand as he spoke, for we all could hear a key softly inserted in the lock of the door. I could not but admire, even at such a moment, the way in which the dominant spirit asserted itself. In all our hunting parties and adventures in different parts of the world, Quincy Morris had always been the one to arrange the plan of action, and Arthur and I had been accustomed to obeying him implicitly. Now, the old habit seemed to be renewed instinctively. With a swift grace around the room, he had once laid out our plan of attack and, without speaking a word, with a gesture placed each of us in position. Van Helsing, Harker, and I were just behind the door, so that when it was opened, the professor could guard it, whilst we two stepped between the incomer and the door. Goldwing behind and Quincy in front stood just out of sight, ready to move in front of the window. We waited in the suspense that made the seconds pass with nightmare slowness. The slow, careful steps came along the hall. The Count was evidently prepared for some surprise. At least, he feared it. Suddenly, with a single bound, he leapt into the room, winning a way past us before any of us could raise a hand to stay him. There was something so panther-like in the movement, something so inhuman that it seemed to sober us all from the shock of his coming. The first to act was Harker, who, with a quick movement, threw himself before the door leading to the room in the front of the house. As the Count saw us, a horrible sort of snarl passed over his face, showing the eye teeth long and pointed, and the evil smile as quickly passed into a cold stare of lion-like disdain. His expression again changed as, with a single impulse, we all advanced upon him. It was a pity that we had not some better organized plan of attack, for even at the moment I wondered what we were to do. I did not myself know whether our lethal weapons would avail us anything. Harker evidently meant to try this matter, for he had already his great kukri knife and made a fierce and sudden cut at him. The blow was a powerful one, but only the diabolical quickness of the Count's leap back saved him. A second less, and the trenchant blade had shorn through his heart. As it was, the point just cut the cloth of his coat, making a wide gap whence a bundle of blank banknotes and a stream of gold fell out. The expression of the Count's face was so hellish that for a moment I feared for Harker, though I saw him throw the terrible knife aloft again for another stroke. Instinctively, I moved forward with the protective impulse, holding the crucifix and wafer in my left hand. I felt a mighty power fly along my arms, and it was without surprise that I saw the monster cower back before a similar movement made spontaneous by each one of us. It would be impossible to describe the expression of hate and baffled malignity, of anger and hellish rage, which came over the Count's face. His waxen hue became greenish-yellow by the contrast of his burning eyes, and the red scar on the forehead shone on the pallid skin like a palpitating wound. The next instant, with a sinuous dive, he swept under Harker's arm ere his blow could fall, and, grasping a handful of the money from the floor, dashing across the room, threw himself at the window. Amid the crash and glitter of the falling glass, he tumbled into a flagged area below. Through the sound of the shivering glass, I could hear the ting of the gold as some of the sovereigns fell on the flagging. We ran over and saw him spring unhurt from the ground. He, rushing up the steps, crossed the flagged yard and pushed open the sable door. There he turned and spoke to us. "Hi, Chef. Welcome in. Hi, Punkish. Hi, Try. Good night, Thanatos. Rest well. Welcome in." "You think to baffle me, you with your pale faces in the row, like sheep in a butcher's. You shall be sorry yet, each one of you. You think you have left me with nothing but the place to rest. I have more. My revenge is just begun. I spread it over centuries, and time is on my side. Your girls that you all loved are mine already, and though through them you and others shall yet be mine, my creatures to do my bidding and to be my jackals when I want to feed. Bah! With a contemptuous sneer, he passed quickly through the door, and we heard the rusty bolt creak as he fastened it behind him. A door beyond opened and shut. The first of us to speak was the professor, as, realizing the difficulty of following him through the stable, we moved towards the hall. We have learnt something. Much. Notwithstanding his brave words, he fears us. He fear time. We fear want. For if not, why he hurries so? His very tone betray him, or my ears deceive. Why take that money? You follow quick. You are hunters of wild beasts and understand it so. For me, I make sure that nothing here may be of use to him, if so that he return. As he spoke, he put the money remaining into his pocket, took the title deeds in the bundle as Harker had left them, and swept the remaining things into the open fireplace, where he set fire to them with a match. Goldming and Morris had rushed out into the yard, and Harker had lowered himself from the window to follow the Count. He had, however, bolted the stable door, and by the time they had forced it open, there was no sign of him. Von Helsing and I tried to make inquiry at the back of the house, but the mews was deserted, and no one had seen him depart. Good night, Walker. Have a good rest. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. I need a minute. Sorry, I just suddenly got like really dizzy. I need water. Okay. I don't know why I suddenly just got like really dizzy and lightheaded. Hi, Bologna. Welcome back. Careful. Yeah. I'm drinking water. I have lots of water with me right now. Free from work for the day. Oh, good. How was work? Was it good? Do you have a good day at work? It could just be because when I was reading that, I was like, water stretch. We will. Did we already have a water and stretch break? Welcome home. Welcome home. Yes, welcome back. Yes, I will be taking a. We have. It's been another hour, so I will stand up. I will do a stretch break, and we will continue. We will continue when I come back. I'm just going to do a quick BRB so I can stand up and stretch. I'll be right back. Okay. I grabbed myself a snack too while I walked around. I got some like tea biscuits. They're called Maria's. I usually eat them with Nutella, but we don't have any Nutella. Oh, I love these cookies so much. They're so good. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. A little snack break. Just a little happy break. Yummy. Just snacking on. They're called Maria's. They are they're like a tea biscuit. But I'm nearly out. I only have like 3 left. So I'll probably finish this last one and then call it a night there. Okay. I have crumbs on my blanket. It's okay, I'm gonna vacuum tomorrow anyways. Okay. I think we are ready to continue. All right. It was now late in the afternoon, and sunset was not far off. We had to recognize that our game was up. With heavy hearts, we agreed with the professor when he said, "Let us go back to Madame Mina. Poor dear Madame Mina. All we can do just now is done, and we can wait there. At least, protect her. But we need not despair. There is but one more earth box, and we must try to find it. When that is done, all may yet be well." I could see that he spoke as bravely as he could to comfort Harker. The poor fellow was quite broken down. Now and again he gave a low groan which he could not suppress. He was thinking of his wife. With sad hearts, we came back to my house, where we found Miss Harker waiting for us, with the appearance of cheerfulness which did honor to her bravery and unselfishness. When she saw our faces, her own became as pale as death. For a second or two her eyes were closed, as if she were in secret prayer, and when she said cheerfully, "I can never thank you all enough. Oh, my poor darling." As she spoke, she took her husband's grey head in her hands and kissed it. "Lay your poor head here and rest it. All yet be well, dear. God will protect us if he so will it in his good intent." The poor fellow groaned. There was no place for words in his subtle misery. We had a sort of perfunctory supper together. There we go. Hi, Jerry. Welcome in. How are you? We had a sort of perfunctory supper. There we go. We had a sort of perfunctory supper together, and I think it cheered us all up somewhat. It was perhaps the mere animal heat of food to hunger people, for none of us had eaten anything since breakfast, or the sense of companionship may have helped us. But anyhow, we were all less miserable, and saw the morrow as not altogether without hope. True to our promise, we told Miss Harker everything which had passed, and although she grew snowy white at times when danger had seemed to threaten her husband, and the red at others when his devotion to her was manifested, she listened bravely and with calmness. When we came to the part where Harker had rushed at the Count so recklessly, she clung to her husband's arm and held it tight, as though her clinging would protect him from any harm that might come. She said nothing, however, till the narration was all done, and matters had been brought up right to the present time. Then, without letting go of her husband's hand, she stood up amongst us and spoke. Oh, that I could give any idea of the scene, of that sweet, sweet, good woman, and all of the radiant beauty of her youth and animation, with the red scar on her forehead, of which she was conscious, and which we saw the grinding of her teeth, remembered whence and how it came, her loving kindness against our grim hate, her tender faith against our fears and doubting, and we, knowing that so far as Sybil went, she was all her goodness and purity and faith, was outcast from God. Jonathan, she said, and the words sounded like music on her lips. It was so full of love and tenderness. Jonathan, dear, and you are all my true love, my true, true friends. I want you to bear something in mind through all this dreadful time. I know that you must fight, that you must destroy even as you destroyed the false Lucy, so that the true Lucy might live hereafter. But it is not a work of hate. That poor soul who has wrought all this misery is the saddest case of all. Just think what his joy will be when he too is destroyed, and his worser part, that his better part may have spiritual immortality. You must be pitiful to him too, though it may not hold your hands from his destruction. Hi, Pink Moo. Welcome in, lovely. How are you? Hi, hi. How was stream? How was Animal Crossing? How did it go? Boba Raid, welcome in, welcome in. Maria, welcome in. How are you? How's your night? How are you doing? Hopefully doing well. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukia. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. Tonight, we are reading the story of Bram Stoker's Dracula. If you would like to join us, you can do !book and get the link that way. Otherwise, you are more than welcome to lay back, relax, and listen to the story. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I got a little lightheaded earlier, so we took a break. I got some snacks. I got myself some tea cookies, but I just ate the last one. And I got some water. So we're just kind of hanging out right now for a little minute before we go back into the story. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Moo, if you need to raid and run, you're more than welcome to. Just make sure to do your after stream care. Eat some food, drink some more, take a shower because you're stinky. Whatever it is you need to go do for yourself, please make sure to do that first, okay? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get back into the book. We are on chapter 23, and we're towards the bottom of it, I believe, or just about halfway through the chapter. As she spoke, I could see her husband's face darken and draw together, as though the passion with him were shriveling his being to its core. Instinctively, the clasp on his wife's hand grew closer, till his knuckles looked white. She did not flinch from the pain which I knew she must have suffered, but looked at him with eyes that were more appealing than ever. As she stopped speaking, he leapt to his feet, almost tearing his hand from hers as he spoke. May God give him into my hand just for long enough to destroy that earthly life of him which we are aiming at. If beyond it I could send his soul forever and ever to burning hell, I would do it. Oh, hush! In the name of good God, don't say such things, Jonathan, my husband, or you will crush me with fear and horror. Just think, my dear, I've been thinking all this long, long day that perhaps some day I too may need such pity, and that some other like you, and with equal cause or anger, may deny it to me. My husband, indeed, I would have spared you such a thought had there been another way, but I pray that God may not have treasured your wild words, except as the heart-broken wail of a long, loving, and sorely stricken man. O God, let these poor white hairs go in evidence of what he has suffered, who all his life has done no wrong, and on whom so many sorrows have come. We men were all in tears now. There was no resisting them, and we wept openly. She wept too, to see that her sweeter counsel had prevailed. Her husband flung himself on his knees beside her, and putting his arms round her, hid his face in the folds of her dress. Von Helsing beckoned to us, and we stole out of the room, leaving the two loving hearts alone with their God. Before they retired, the professor fixed up the room against any coming of the vampire, and assured Miss Harker that she might rest in peace. She tried to school herself to the belief, and manifestly, for her husband's sake, tried to seem content. It was a brave struggle, and was, I think, to believe not without its reward. Von Helsing placed at hand a bell, which either of them was to sound in case of an emergency. When they had retired, Quincy, Goldwing, and I arranged that we would sit up, dividing the night between us, and watch over the safety of the poor stricken lady. The first watch falls to Quincy, so the rest of us shall be off to bed as soon as we can. Goldwing was already turned in, for his is the second watch. Now for my work is done, I too shall go to bed. Jonathan Harker's Journal, 3rd and 4th of October, close to midnight. I thought yesterday would never end. There was over me a yearning for sleep, in some sort of blind belief that to wake would be to find things changed, and that any change must now be for the better. Before we parted, we discussed what our next step was to be, but we could arrive at no result. All we knew was that one earth box remained, and that the Count alone knew where it was. If he chooses to lie hidden, he may baffle us for years, and in the meantime, the thought is too horrible. I dare not think of it even now. This I know, that if ever there was a woman who was all perfection, that is my one poor wronged darling. I love her 1,000 times before her sweet pity of last night, a pity that made my own hate of the monster seem despicable. Surely God will not permit the world to be the poorer by the loss of such a creature. This is hope to me. We are all drifting reefwards now, and faith is our only anchor. Thank God, Mina is sleeping, and sleeping without dreams. I fear what her dreams might be like. With such terrible memories to ground them in, she has not been so calm within my seeing since the sunset. Then, for a while, there came over her face a repose which was like spring after the blasts of March. I thought at the time that it was the softness of the red sunset on her face, but somehow now I think it has a deeper meaning. I'm not sleeping myself, though. I am weary to death. However, I must try to sleep, for there is tomorrow to think of, and there is no rest for me until... Later, I must have fallen asleep, for I was awakened by Mina, who was sitting up in bed, with a startled look on her face. I could easily see, for we did not leave the room in darkness. She had placed a warning hand over my mouth, and now she whispered in my ear, "Hush! There was someone in the corridor." I got up softly, and crossing the room gently, opened the door. Just outside, stretched on a mattress, lay Mr. Morris, wide awake. He raised a warning hand for silence as he whispered to me, "Hush! Go back to bed. It's all right. One of us will be here all night. We don't mean to take any chances." His look and gesture forbade discussion, so I came back and told Mina. She sighed, and positively a shadow of smile stole over her poor, pale face as she put her arms around me and said softly, "Oh, thank God for brave men." With a sigh, she sank back again to sleep. I write this now as I'm not sleepy, though I must try again. Good night, Psyche. Thank you for the fork, Psyche, and thank you for the care package. Hi, Psyche. Guess what? What's up, baby? Everybody sit up, tilt your head to the left, and tilt your head to the right. Look up, and look down. Sit up and drink some mama. Hi, Cookie. Something internally slaps. Hi, Daddy. Welcome in. How are you? First tattoo on Monday. You got a tattoo? Jakey. Hi, Jakey. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to Favorite Cafe. I'm Mukia. I'm a siren with a necrotic affliction, and I run a cafe. Tonight we are reading some Dracula, Bram Stoker's Dracula. If you'd like to join us, you're more than welcome to. Here is the link to the book. Lovely Bean, I'm good. How are you, handsome? How have you been? How was Hightail? Did you have fun? Did you get really far? You're the only thing that helps my insomnia. Oh, am I? Aw, I'm glad. Are you having insomnia right now? Or are you having difficulties resting? Welcome back, Caitlin. Fix my hair. There we go. Much better. Welcome in, both. Aww. It's so good. It's so good so far. We just got to the part where they were able to make it impossible for Dracula to use his resting places, but he has one place left that they were not able to find. I love it. It's very cool. I miss your face. So read the homie. Hope you're having good one. I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. I've been reading tonight. I got a little, what's the word? I got a little lightheaded earlier, but yeah, one, yeah, two, or wrong count. Yes, wrong count. Not that count. I feel like a little kid right now. Good, get cozy. But Chicky, I know you had a long stream, so if you need to raid and run, I completely understand. But if you want to like hang out, you're more than welcome to. I call you auntie, that's fine. You can call me auntie. That doesn't bother me. That's an okay one to me, personally. I don't mind it. But we do have, look down below, we have this cute little cafe game. If you would like to join, I believe all you have to do is ! join if it's not broken. Hopefully it's not broken. It should be good though. Of course, I'm gonna pass out to the coziness. Let's get over. Here, how about this? Oh. Game? Oops. It still says ASMR. We're good. No, so the game that we have set right now, that we have down below, is called Not Monday Cafe. If you want to join, you do that. I have a copy of Bram Stoker's Dracula, leather-bound one from Barnes & Noble. Ooh. That sounds really cool. We're reading from a website called Gutenberg. Hi, Angel Cake. Welcome in. How are you? How's your night? Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's settle back in. 4th of October, morning. Once again during the night, I was awakened by Mina. This time, we had all a good night's sleep, for the gray of the coming dawn was making the windows into sharp oblongs, and the gas flame was like a speck rather than a disk of light. She said to me, hurriedly, "Go, call the professor. I want to see him at once." "Why?" I asked. "I have an idea. I suppose it must have come in the night and matured without my knowing. He must hypnotize me before the dawn, and then I shall be able to speak. Go quickly, dearest. The time is getting close." I went to the door. Dr. Seward was resting on the mattress, and seeing me, he sprang to his feet. "Is anything wrong?" he asked in alarm. "No," I replied. "Mina wants to see Dr. Van Helsing at once." "I will go," he said, and hurried into the professor's room. And 2 or 3 minutes later, Van Helsing was in the room with his dressing gown, and Mr. Morris and Lord Goldwing were with Dr. Seward at the door, asking questions. When the professor saw Mina smile, a positive smile ousted the anxiety of his face. He rubbed his hands as he spoke. "Oh, my dear Madam Mina, this is indeed a change. See, friend John, we have got our dear Madam Mina, as of old, back to us today." Then, turning to her, he said cheerfully, "And what am I to do for you? For at this hour you do not want me for nothings. I want you to hypnotize me," she said. "Do it before the dawn, for I feel that when I can speak, and speak freely, be quick, for the time is short." Without a word, he motioned her to sit up in bed. Looking fixedly at her, he commenced to make a pass in front of her from the top of her head downward, and with each hand turn, Mina gazed at him fixedly for a few minutes, during which my own heart beat like a trip hammer, for I felt that some crisis was at hand. Gradually, her eyes closed, and she sat stock still, only for the gentle heaving of her bosom could one know that she was alive. The professor made a few more passes and then stopped, and I could see that his forehead was covered in great beads of perspiration. Mina opened her eyes, but she did not seem the same woman. There was a faraway look in her eyes and her voice, and a sad dreaminess, which was new to me. Raising his hand to impose silence, the professor motioned to me to bring the others in. They came on tiptoe, closing the door behind them and stood at the foot of the bed. Looking on, Mina appeared not to see them. The stillness was broken by Van Helsing's voice, speaking in a low-level tone which would not break the current of her thoughts. "Where are you?" The answer came in a neutral way. "I do not know. Sleep has no place it calls its own." For several minutes there was silence. Mina sat rigid, and the professor stood staring at her fixedly. The rest of us hardly dared to breathe. The room was growing lighter. Without taking his eyes from Mina's face. Dr. Van Helsing motioned me to pull up the blind. I did so, and the day seemed just upon us. A red streak shot up, and a rosy light seemed to diffuse itself through the room. On the instant the professor spoke again. "Where are you now?" The answer came dreamily, but with the intention it were as though she were interpreting something. I've heard her use the same tone when reading her shorthand notes. "I do not know. It is all strange to me. What do you see?" "I can see nothing. It is all dark." "What do you hear?" I could detect the strain on the professor's patient voice. "The lapping of water. It is gurgling by. A little waves leap. I can hear them on the outside." "Then you were on a ship." We all looked at each other, trying to glean something each from the other. We were afraid to think. The answer came quick. "Yes." "What else do you hear?" "The sound of men stomping overhead as they run about. There is the creaking of a chain, and the loud tinkle as the check of the capstan falls into the ratchet." "What are you doing?" "I am still. Oh, so still, it is like death." The voice faded away into a deep breath as of one sleeping, and the opened eyes closed again. By this time the sun had risen, and we were all in the full light of day. Dr. Van Helsing placed his hands on Mina's shoulders and laid her down softly on her pillow. She lay like a sleeping child for a few moments, and then, with a long sigh, awoke and started in wonder to see us all around her. "Have I been talking in my sleep?" was all she said. She seemed, however, to know the situation without telling, though she was eager to know what she had told. The professor repeated the conversation, and she said, "Then there is not a moment to lose. It may not be yet too late." Mr. Morris and Lord Goldming started for the door, but the professor's calm voice called them back. "Stay, my friends. That ship, wherever it was weighing anchor whilst she spoke. There are many ships weighing anchor at the moment in your so great port in London. Which of them is it that you seek? God be thanked that we have once again a clue. Though whether it may lead us we know not. We have been blind somewhat, blind after the manner of men, since when we can look back, we see what we might have seen looking forward if we had been able to see what we might have seen. Alas, but that sentence is a puddle, is it not? We can know what was in the Count's mind when he seized that money, though Jonathan's so fierce knife put him in the danger that he even dread. He might escape. Hear me, escape. He saw that with but one earth-box left, and a pack of men following like dogs after a fox, this London was no place for him. He have taken his last earth-box on board a ship, and he leave the land. He think to escape, but no, we will follow him. Tally-ho, as friend Arthur would say when he put on his red frock. Our old fox is wily, oh so wily, and we must follow him while. I too am wily, and I think his mind in a little while. And meantime we may rest in a peace, for there are waters between us which we do not want to pass, and which we could not if we would, unless the ship were to touch the land, then only at full or slack tide. See, and the sun is just rose, and all day to sunset is to us. Let us take bath, dress and have breakfast, which we all need, and which we can eat comfortably, since he not in the same land with us. Mina looked at him appealingly as she said, "But why need we seek him further when he is gone away from us?" He took her hand and patted it as he replied, "Ask me nothing as yet. When we have breakfast, then I'll answer all questions." He would say no more, and we separated to dress. After breakfast, Mina repeated her question. He looked at her gravely for a minute and then said sorrowfully, "Because, my dear, dear Madam Mina, now more than ever we must find him, even if we have to follow him to the jaws of hell." She grew paler as she asked faintly, "Why?" "Because," he answered solemnly, "he can live for centuries, and you are but mortal woman. Time is now to be dreaded, since once he put that mark upon your throat." I was just in time to catch her as she fell forward in a faint. Hi Mara. Hi Karnak, welcome back. What happened? There's a long telekinesis. Hi Dorkin. Makes sense. Does he have a wife to do? Does he have a wife, and do you think he's Frankenstein? No? But I believe this moment the world is set before Frankenstein. I think it is after. I think Bram Stoker is set after Dracula. Bram Stoker, Dracula, basic smut? No. No, there's nothing about smut in Bram Stoker so far. Hi Mara, how are you? What's a kabeton? It's a redeem. It's a redeem. If you want to know, you have to do it yourself. Okay, we are now on chapter 24. Oh my goodness. Normally we would stop here and finish next week, but we actually still have one more hour to go for stream tonight. So we will do the last hour before we go. We'll do one more chapter. Just one. Almost home. Ah, ominous explanation. Is it bad? It is not. It's not bad. Hi Pika. Will this be on the test? Yes. And if you get it wrong, then you do not get forehead kisses. And that's just a fact. Did it go through, Valonia? I don't know, you noticed if it did. Hi Pika, how are you? How's your night? Are you doing good? Are you having a good night? You too, God Hunter, writing these things down? Okay, good. As you should. As you should. Feeling tired? Tired? We'll get cozy. We are reading Count Dracula right now. So if you'd like to join us, you can you can follow along on right there. We're on chapter 24. Minus the zoom. Yeah, it won't zoom on this side. It did. Good. Okay. But that's what a kabeton is. Basically, it's, what do they call it? It's a wall something wall. Wall something wall. Wall slam. That's the word. It's like a wall slam. Reminds me of childhood and fireplaces and spices. Does it? Good. I think that's a good thing. I don't see anything wrong with those things. Okay, a nice little break, a little breather. Let's see. One more chapter, and then we will have to call it a night there. Because I want to have one more night of reading this, which means we'll have 3 more chapters for next week, and it'll be perfect. And then we'll start the new book, which will be Alice in Wonderland. Which means we'll probably do Alice in Wonderland the 2nd or 3rd week of February. Most likely the 2nd week, because next week is the 1st. I'm excited. And yep, we haven't reached our daily sub, so no song at the end of the night. So we'll end with just the reading. Good. If you want to get nice and cozy, Psyche, we're nice the perfect time. Here, I will even lay out some extra pillows for you. I will grab the blue ones for you. Hi, Viking. Here, you can have those pillows. There you go, chat. There's your pillows for the night. You guys can have those ones. Okay. Cooper, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you for gifting Steady Prism, Hidrom, ED, I cry when I fart. And Scatix, thank you. Oh my god. I always have a daily sub goal, Cooper. The daily sub goal there is always there. It's there every day. You don't have to do anything like that. Oh my gosh. Hi, Esper. What you drinking? Water. Just water. Hi, Esper. How are you? You do what? So at the end of stream, if we reach the daily sub goal, I will usually on ASMR nights, I will sing a lullaby. But let me go ahead and add a kiss for you, Marker. Oh, well, good. It is. Hi, Arna. How are you? How's your night? Let's go ahead and let's get a kiss for Cooper. There it is. Oh. Perfect. There you go, Cooper. Thank you for the kiss. All right. Just clocked out of work. Nice. And you get to go home and relax. I meant the cry thing. That's when I checked in. Cry thing? Oh, no, somebody in chat said that, not me. I'm good. I'm not gonna cry. You guys made me cry a little bit last night, but I'm good today. I'm good today. Let's see. Diedrich, thank you for the coffee order. Amari, thank you for the coffee order. Josie, thank you for the coffee order. Ghost, thank you for the coffee order. Ryza, thank you for the coffee order. Fallon, thank you for the coffee order. Ivan, thank you for the coffee order. Jello, thank you for the coffee order and the care package. Envo, thank you for the coffee order. Obliterated, thank you for the coffee order. Calamity, thank you for the coffee order. Emma, thank you for the coffee order. Doodle, thank you for the coffee order and the care package earlier. Leori, thank you for the coffee order. Chef, thank you for the coffee order. Jay, thank you for the coffee order. Psyche, thank you for the coffee order, the care package, and the forehead kiss. Dorgan, thank you for the coffee order. Pika, thank you for the forehead kiss. In case I didn't do it, I'm Valona, thank you for the coffee done. Happy cried? Passing in and out, I don't remember. It was a happy cry, yeah. It was a happy cry. It was something that we talked about yesterday. I don't want to bring it up again today. So, you're adorable in every way. I love your stream so much, and one day when I have kids, you're still doing streams like this, I'll pay them on Bluetooth speaker. Well, my VODs will be up on my YouTube channels, so that is that. If you ever want to, of course. Alright. Let's settle in. Thank you for the hugs, you guys. Okay. Let's settle in and let's do chapter 24. I'm gonna drink a bit more water first. Finally won against my insomnia. Good. Checking water now. Good. Water is good for you. It's good soup. It's very good soup. Okay. Chapter 24. Dr. Seward's Phonography Diary. Spoken by Van Helsing. This to Jonathan Harker. You are to stay with dear Madam Mina. We shall go to make our search. If I can do so, for which is not such but knowing, and we seek confirmation only. But do you stay and take care of her today. This is your best and most holiest office. This day nothing can find him here. Let me tell you that so you will know what we four already know, for I have to tell them. He, our enemy, have gone away. He have gone back to his castle in Transylvania. I know it so well, as if a great hand of fire wrote it on the wall. He have prepared for this in some way, and that last earth box was already to ship somewhere. For this he took the money, for this he hurried at the last, lest we catch him before the sun goes down. It was his last hope, save that he might hide in the tomb that he think poor Miss Lucy, being as he thought like him, keep open to him. But there was not of time. When he fail, he makes straight for his last resource. The last earthwork, I might say, did him wish double entendre. He is clever, oh so clever. You know that his game here was finished, and he designed, he goes back home. He finds ship going by the route he came, and he goes to it. We go off now to find that ship, and with a bound, when we have discovered that, we'll come back and tell you all. Then we'll comfort you and poor Miss dear Mina, and with new hope. For it will be hope when you think it all over, that all is not lost. This very creature that we pursue, he takes hundreds of years to get so far as London, and yet, and one day when we know of the disposal of him, we drive him out. He is finite, though he is powerful, to do much harm, and suffers not as we do. But we are strong, each in our purpose, and we are all more strong together. Take heart afresh, dear husband of Madam Mina. This battle is but begun, and in the end we shall win, so sure as that God sits on high to watch over his children. Therefore be of much comfort till we return. Van Helsing. Primordial soup. Bedtime story ever with my insomnia. I'm glad. About to pass out. Have a good time reading. Need to sleep. Good night, Siren. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. Good night, good night. The risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math. Oh my gosh. Jonathan Harker's journal, 4th of October. When I read to Mina von Helsing's message in the phonograph, the poor girl brightened up considerably. Already this certainty that the Count is out of the country has given her comfort, and comfort is strength for her. For now, my own part, know that this horrible danger is not face to face with us. It seems almost impossible to believe in it. Even my own terrible experience in Castle Dracula seems like a long-forgotten dream. Here, in the crisp autumn air, in the bright sunlight. Alas, how can I disbelieve? In the midst of my thought, my eye fell on the red scar on my poor darling's white forehead. Whilst at last there can be no disbelief, and afterwards the very memory of it will keep faith crystal clear. Mina and I fear to be idle, so we have been all over the diaries again and again. Somehow, although the reality seems greater each time, the pain and the fear seem less. There is something of a guiding purpose manifest throughout, which is comforting. Mina says that perhaps we are the instruments of ultimate good. It may be. I shall try to think as she does. We have never spoken to each other yet of the future. It is better to wait till we see the professor and the others after their investigations. The day is running by more quickly than I ever thought a day could run for me again. It is now 3 o'clock. You want to sleep at my feet? Sure. That's fine. Just don't like touch my feet. I don't like my feet being touched. I just don't like it. Mina Harker's journal, October 5th, 5 p.m. Our meeting for report. Present. Okay. Hi, Ducky. How are you? Can I get a actually, I'll do it. I think all my mods are asleep right now. How are you, Ducky? How was stream? You're doing Escape Simulator? How did it go? You were playing that yesterday, I believe, right? How was it? Did you have fun? Hopefully you had a good time. God, what is that face? I can't ever picture you getting mad. You're so calm and kind. I get mad. I just don't get mad at you guys. I'm good. No stream tonight since then it's on the first. Again? What happened? Who did it? Who did it? That's it. I'm gonna take my chancla. I'm gonna take them out. Just tell me the target. I got you. I got you, friend. I got you, bro. But yeah, we are reading Dracula. We are on chapter 24. If you would like to join us, Dougie, you're more than welcome to. Here is the link. You're Latina. It's true. Somebody keeps wiggling my cord at the exchange or something. Okay, I got you. I'm heading over there now. Tactical chancla incoming. It's true. It's like a missile launch. I'm just gonna toss it and it's gonna go straight to the person who keeps messing with it. Imagine you just hear this like nuclear explosion, but it only technically gets one person. Hi Endless, welcome in. How are you? How's your night? Hopefully you're doing well. Okay. Captain, have a good lurk. Thank you for the check-in. Ow. Okay. Find my voice soothing? Huh? Why? Alright. Mina Harker's journal. 5th of October, 5 p.m. Our meeting for report. Present. Professor Von Helsing, Lord Goldwing, Dr. Seward, Mr. Quincy Morris, Jonathan Harker, Mina Harker. Dr. Von Helsing described what steps were taken during the day to discover on what boat and whether bound Count Dracula made his escape. Bad cough. Do you need a cough drop? I have cough drops. I can get you a cough drop. Here, let me get one for you. Here, I got you. Here, open your mouth. I'll put it in your mouth for you. It's a Ricola honey and herb. It's one of my favorite ones. These are the ones that I like the best. Sit and listen for hours. ETC. Good boy. Imagine. Honestly, I probably would too. I would open it. I'm one of those friends when somebody's like, can I have a piece of that candy? Yeah, sure. I'll take it out. I'll unwrap it and I'll hold it open for you to take. I will open it for you. Feeding us cough drops in the style of birds. Just like holding it between my teeth and you guys have to reach in and get it. A boba? Ooh, nice. Good night, God Hunter. Have a good rest. Thank you so much for hanging out on YouTube with me. Very persuasive. It's true. It's true. I can be very, very persuasive. I'd blush so hard my jaw hurts if you said good boy afterwards. It's the whole like Lady and the Tramp thing where instead of noodles, it's just like a cough drop between my teeth and you have to reach over and grab it. And then I'm like, good boy. I do it. I do it. Who wants to be fed a cough drop with me that way? Stop. You're fired. No, you're fired. Me? You fractured? Not allowed. Nope. Josh? Is Josh a good boy? Me, please. Melania, yeah, you. ETZ. So all of you got it. Such a good girl unwrapping the candy first. I am always. I don't know, Josh. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask Chicky to see if I've actually been a good boy or not. I'm definitely gonna have to ask him. This is a Chicky question. A collective praise for the group. But it'd be individual praise, right? It'd be, you know, one by one you go through and you say good boy to them that way. You'd be a super good boy. I don't know what you mean. I will message Jiggy and ask them. Such a good girl. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm definitely a brat. I'm definitely a brat. You guys don't even know. No need. Oh, you're gonna message him for me? Is that what you're gonna do, Josh? Blushing IRL right now? Good. I like it when you blush. You're beautiful. Is mean. It's true. Nope. Brats are attractive though. They can be. I agree. I agree. I agree that brats can be very attractive. They're my type. Brats are still good girls in the end though. No, because I'm stubborn. I would be that kind of brat where you guys would be like, if you do this thing, then I'll give you this. I'd be like, no. And then I just literally will not do it. Nothing you say will change it. We'll see. We'll see. You've never played a game with me where it's like friends versus friends. I will, at every chance I get, ask Dea. Just ask Dea. I intentionally got him killed more than once when we were doing raids in Final Fantasy XIV. It was so funny. It was so funny. I'd be concerned that my brat is acting up because I'm neglecting her. You think you're first brat I've dealt with? I've had a kid, Tino. I'm actually dad tricks. You stand no chance. Yeah, but dad tricks don't really work on girlfriends, you know? Never underestimate the level of pettiness. Exactly. Arna gets it. Arna gets it. And I'm petty. Did they retaliate? Never. Not once. He kept telling me not to do it, and that was literally it. behave. No. I have a friend that every time we're calling and we get off the call, he will tell me, he'll be like, okay, we'll behave. And I'll go, no. I'm like, well, I'm gonna have to hurt. I'm not hurt. He doesn't say hurt. He says, I'm gonna have to spank you if you don't behave. And I'm like, oh no, that sounds terrible. Fuck you. And he goes, what? Why? Because. Oh hey, what's this? Shares Tank Buster with you. I have done that. Hi Cupcake, welcome in. How are you? I like this side of me. That was me. You did that too. I get you killed in 4 and 5 for the next decade. You wish. Best friend vibes. It's true. It's true. We're pretty good friends. Typically for giving the spanking. I am a top leaning switch, so I definitely am the one that will be doing the spanking. Hi Silver, welcome in. 100%. That would be me. That would not be you. Because I do not like being hit. But I don't mind doing the hitting, if that's your thing. Promise? Yes. Actually, no. I make no promises. I don't make promises. I'm a bottom leaning switch. Well, there we go, endless. I'm a service sub. Oh, perfect. Perfect. So you guys would be the best pets for me to keep. We're supposed to be reading Dracula. We're supposed to be reading Dracula, guys. What the hell? You gotta break me first. Don't worry, I'll make it feel good, Arna. You won't even mind. You'll be like, you know what? I'm okay with this. I've done the spanking. I'll just keep you in the corner. You think I'm gonna stay in the corner? That's funny, Bone. That's hilarious. Sounds really good right now. Escándalo, Arna. Escándalo. Oh my god. I'm ace, but I can share my garlic bread. I will definitely share garlic bread with you, Silver. Garlic bread and marinara. I will make marinara sauce and keep it warm so that the garlic bread has a nice hot dip. I needed the giggles. Good. And keeps us in the corner. The corner of the bed. I'm such a flirt. Oh no. Yeah, it's true. Whoever believed that I was not a flirt, you have not been around me long enough. You said anything about you staying in the corner and pay attention to my writing. I mean, then why put me in the corner at all? Like, what would be the point? Probably a chancla, endless, honestly, because it's usually what I have at hand. What do you think you're doing right now? I have no idea. I'm going back to my Lego. Enjoy your Legos, Mikey. Enjoy your Legos. Hopefully you can take some pictures for us. Me in the corner eating that bread. Oh wait, hold on. The garlic bread is in the corner? Okay, I'll stay in the corner to eat garlic bread. We get to bed now. Okay, ETC, get cozy. Get nice and cozy in bed. Okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and let's settle back in. Hi Magnus! Welcome in, how are you? How's your night? Hope you're doing good. Oof. I can hear all the cracking in my neck. Alright. Let's finish this chapter. I don't want to... Yeah, we can finish this in 30 minutes. I don't want to backtrack. So let's go ahead and let's finish this chapter. A massage. Definitely with... as long as it's oil-free lotion, because usually when you use an oil, unless you're planning on taking like a cloth and like cleaning the skin afterwards, because the oils can really get into the skin and cause irritation during the day, so you don't want to leave it in. But a oil-free lotion is usually the best option for my skin in particular. I had a nightmare again. Can I stay? Of course. I have some pillows right over here if you want to go ahead and just get nice and cozy. You can use those pillows, those blue ones right there. Hi Vixen, welcome in. You don't have to be gentle. Honestly, my neck is always so sore. You can probably like whack me with a bat and I probably wouldn't feel it. Mystic Moon Body Lotion smells so nice. I've never heard of that one. My favorite one that I like right now is Eucalyptus Mint. I love Eucalyptus Mint. Dang it. And I just realized I don't have any more. I just used the last little bit yesterday. Damn it. I have to get more. Oh, I don't want to go shopping. Sorry. I was thinking. Okay. Mina Harker's Journal, 5th of October, 5 p.m. Dr. Van Helsing described what steps were taken during the day to discover on what boat and whither bound Count Dracula made his escapes. As I knew that he wanted to get back to Transylvania, I felt sure that he must go by the Dombey's mouth, or by somewhere in the Black Sea, since by that way he come, it was a dreary blank that was before us. Omne ignotum pro magnifico, and what so with heavy hearts we start to find what ship I leave for the Black Sea at last night. He was in sailing ship, since Madamina tell of sails being set. These not so important as to go in your list of the shipping in the Times, and so we go by suggestion of Lord Godwin to your Lloyds, where are note of all ships that sail, however so small. There we find that only one Black Sea bound ship go to the tide. She is the Tsarina Catherine, and she sailed from Doolittle's Wharf to Varna, and whence on to other parts that make up the Dombey. So, said I, this is the ship whereon is the Count. So off we go to Doolittle's Wharf, and there we find a man in an office of wood so small that the men look bigger than the office. From him we inquire of the goings of the Tsarina Catherine. He swears much, and he red-faced and loud of voice, but he's a good fellow all the same. And when Quincy gave him something from his pocket, would crackle as he rolled it up, and put in so small bag which he had to hid deep in his clothing, he's still better fellow and humble servant to us. He comes with us and asks many men who are rough and hot. These be better fellows too, when they have been no more thirsty. They say much of blood and bloom and of others which I comprehend not, though I guess what that means, but nevertheless they tell us all things which we want to know. They make known to us amongst them how last afternoon about 5 o'clock comes a man so in a hurry, a tall man, thin and pale, with high nose and teeth so white, and eyes that seem to be burning, that he be all black except that he have a hat of straw which suit him not for the time, that he scatters his money and making quick inquiry as to what ship sails for the Black Sea, and for where. Some took him to the office and then to the ship, where he will not go aboard but halt at shore the end gangplank, and asks the captain to come to him. The captain comes and told that he will pay well, and though he swears much at the first, he agreed to terms. Then the thin man go and someone tell him where the horse and cart can be hired. He goes there, and soon he comes again, himself driving cart on which the great box. This he himself lifted it down, though it takes several to put it on the truck of the ship. He gives much talk to the captain as to how and where his box is to be placed, but the captain like it not, and swear at him in many tongues, and tell him that if he like he can come and see where it shall be. But he say no, and that he come not yet, for that he have much to do. Whereupon the captain tell him that he had better be quick with blood, for that his ship will leave the place of blood before the turn of the tide, with blood. Then the thin man smile and says that of course he must go when he thinks fit, but he will be surprised if he go quite so soon. The captain swears again, polyglot, and the thin man make him bow and thank him, and say that he will go so far, intrude on his kindness, as to come aboard before the sailing. Finally, the captain, more red than ever, and in more tongues, tell him that he doesn't want no Frenchmen with bloom upon them, and so with blood on his ship, with blood on her so. And so, after asking where there might be close at hand a ship where he might purchase ship forms, he departed. No one knew where he went, or bloomin' well cared, as they said, for they had something else to think of, well, with blood again, for it soon became apparent to all that Serena Catherine would not sail as was expected. A thin mist began to creep up from the river, and it grew and grew till soon a dense fog enveloped the ship and all around her. The captain swore in all the tongues with bloom and blood, and he could do nothing. The water rose and rose, and he began to fear that he would lose the tide altogether. He was in no friendly mood, when he just at full tide, the thin man came up the gangplank again and asked to see where his box had been stowed. Then the captain replied that he wished that he and his box, old and with much bloom and blood, were in hell. I see what he means by bloom. Basically he's saying like bloody well and bloomin' whatever. Got it. Okay, when the thin man did not be offended, and went down to the mate and saw where it was placed, and came up and stood a while on deck in the fog. He must have come off by himself, for none noticed him. Indeed, they thought not of him, for soon the fog began to melt away, and all was clear again. My friends of the thirst of the language of that bloomin' blood laughed, as they told how the captain's swears exceeded even his usual polyglot, and was more than ever full of picturesque. When on questioning other mariners who were on movement up and down on the river at that hour, he found that few of them had seen any fog at all, except where it lay around the wharf. However, the ship went out on the ebb tide, and was doubtless by morning far down the river mouth. She was by then, when they told us, well out to sea. And so, my dear Madamina, it is that we have to rest for a time, for our enemy is on the sea, with the fog at his command, on this way to the Don Bay mouth. To sail a ship takes time, go she never so quick, and where we start we go on land more quick, and we meet him there. Our best hope is to come on him when in the box between sunrise and sunset, for then he can make no struggle, and we may deal with him as we should. There are days for us in which we can make ready our plan. We know all about where to go, for we have seen the owner of the ship, who have shown us invoices and all papers that can be. The box we seek is to be landed in Varna, and to be given to an agent, one Ristix, who will be the present his credentials, and so our merchant friend will have done his part. When he asks if there is to be any wrong, for that so he can telegraph and have inquiry made at Varna, we say no, for what is to be done is not for police or the customs. It must be done by us alone and in our own way. When Dr. von Helsing had done speaking, I asked him if we were certain that the Count had remained on board the ship. He replied, "We have the best proof of that, your own evidence. In the hypnotic trance this morning, I asked him again if it were really necessary that they should pursue the Count, for I dreaded Jonathan leaving me. I know that he would surely go if the others went," he answered in growing passion, at first quietly. As he went on, however, he grew more angry and more forceful. Till the end we could not but see wherein was at least some of that personal dominance which made him so long a master amongst men. Where massages from lovers just so. It's true, they are. A massage from someone that you're dating, even someone that you're interested in, just hits differently. I agree with you, Fractured. I'm a worse person to date. That's probably why I haven't dated anybody in a very long time. Ryu. Hi Ryu, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Yes, it is necessary. Necessary. For your sake in the first, and for the sake of humanity. This monster has done much harm already in the narrow scope where he finds himself, and in the short time when as yet he was only a body groping. His so small measures in darkness and not knowing. All this have I told these others. You, my dear Mina, will learn it in the phonograph of my friend John, or in that of your husband. I have told them how the measure of leaving his own barren land, barren of people, and coming to a new land where life of man teems till they are like the multitude of standing corn, was the work of centuries. Were another of the undead like him to try to do what he has done, perhaps not all the centuries of the world that have been or that will be could aid him. With this one, all the forces of nature that are occult and deep and strong must have worked together in some wondrous way. The very place where he have been alive, undead for all these centuries, is full of strangeness of the geologic and chemical world. There are deep caverns and fissures that reach no one know whither. There have been volcanoes, some of whose openings will send out waters of strange properties and gases that kill or make to vivify. Doubtless there is something magnetic or electric. Doubtless there are something magnetic or electric in some of these combinations of occult forces which work on physical life in strange ways, and in himself from where the first of great qualities, in a hard and warlike time he was celebrate, that he have more iron nerve, more subtle brains, more brave heart than any man, and him some vital principle have in strange way found the utmost, and in his body keep strong and grow and thrive. So his brain grow too. All this without that diabolic aid which is surely to him, for it have yet to yield to the powers that come from and are symbolic of good. And now this is what he is to us. He has infected you. Oh, forgive me, my dear, that I must say such, but it is for good that you and good for you that I speak. He infect you in such wise that even if you do no more, you have only to live on your own world and your own sweet way, and so in time death, which is of man's common lot and with God's sanction, shall make you like him. This must not be. We have sworn together that it must not. Thus we are ministers of God's own wish, that the world of men for whom his son died will not be given over to the monsters, whose very existence would defame him. He has allowed us to redeem one soul already, and we go out as the old knights of the cross to redeem more. Like them we shall travel towards the sun, and like them, if we fall, we fall in good cause. He paused, and I said, "But will not the Count take his rebuff wisely? Since he has been driven from England, will he not avoid it, as a tiger does the village from which he has been hunted?" "Aha," he said, "your simile of a tiger good for me, and I shall adopt him. Your man-eater, as they of India call the tiger who had once tasted blood of the human, care no more for other prey, but prowl." Hi, hi, Vera. We had a talk yesterday when you started self-deprecating. Remember that I said about thread? About the thread and the cookie cutters? Kinda. Even though I shouldn't. At the moment, Fractured, I'm not in a position to be with somebody. It's not like I'm married or anything like that. It's not like I'm with somebody, but I am not mentally in a place to be with somebody like that. But thank you for asking. What's happening? Who's self-deprecating? I'm throwing hands with the self. That was me. That was me yesterday. That was me yesterday. That's me every day, let's be honest. Okay. Okay. Your man-eater, as they of India call the tiger, who has once tasted blood of the human, can no more, hi Spud, can no more for the other prey, but prowl unceasing until he gets him. This that we hunt from our village is a tiger too, a man-eater, and he never ceased to prowl. Nay, in himself he is not one to retire and stay afar. In his life, his living life, he goes over the Turkey frontier and attacks his enemy on his own ground. He be beaten back, but did he stay? No. He come again and again and again. Look at his persistence and endurance. With the child brain that was to him, he have long since convened the idea of coming to a great city. What does he do? He find out the place of all the world most promised for him. Then he deliberately set himself down to prepare for the task. He finds a patient. Just how is his strength, and what are his powers? He studied new tongues. He learned new social life, new environment of old ways, the politics, the law, the finance, the science, the habit of a new land and of people who have come to be since he was. His glimpse that he had whet his appetite only to keen his desire. Nay, it helped him to grow as to his brain, for it all proved to him how right he was in the first place, and first in his mises. He have done all this alone, all alone from a ruined tomb in a forgotten land. What more may he not do when the greater world of thought is open to him? He can smile at death as we know him, who can flourish in the midst of diseases that kill off whole peoples. Oh, if such a one has come from God and not the devil, what a force for good might he not be in this old world of ours. But we are pledged to set the world free. Our toil must be in silence, and our efforts all in secret. For in this enlightened age, when men believe not even what they see, the doubting of wise men would be his greatest strength. It would be all at once his sheath and his armor and his weapon to destroy us, his enemies, who are willing to peril even our own souls for the safety of one we love, for the good of mankind, and for the honor and the glory of God. After a general discussion, it was determined that for tonight, nothing be definitely settled, that we should all sleep on the facts and try to think out the proper conclusions. Tomorrow at breakfast we are to meet again, and after making our conclusions known to one another, we shall decide on some definite cause of action. I feel a wonderful peace and rest tonight. It's as if some haunting presence were removed from me. Perhaps. My surmise was not finished. Thank you for the head pat. Could not be, for I caught sight in the mirror of the red mark upon my forehead, and I knew that I was still unclean. You need a minute? I need a minute? What do you mean? Acknowledging that it's so tough to do. Acknowledging what? Wait, what? You can, of course, keep flirting and stuff like that, Psyche. It does not bother me as long as you're okay with it being a mutual fun thing that we do. Tea. There's no more tea, Thyrines. We have a different command now. It's just called drink. We have a drink command. Oh, it does that every so often. It still does that every so often, and I do not know why. I do not understand why it does that. I need to actually save that and send it to me. Let me send it to him really quick. There he is. Okay. Okay. Put some chapstick on and we'll continue. I think we're definitely going to go over the 4 hours tonight. Which is okay because Saturday I didn't do the full time. Okay. October, Dr. Seward's diary. We all rose early, and I think that sleep did much for us and all of us. When we met at early breakfast, there was more general cheerfulness than any of us had ever expected to experience again. It is really wonderful how much resilience there is in human nature. Let any obstructing cause, no matter what, be removed in any way, even by death, and we fly back to its principles of hope and enjoyment. More than once, as we sat around the table, my eyes opened to wonder whether the whole of the past days had not been a dream. It was only when I caught sight of the red blotch on Miss Harker's forehead that I was brought back to reality. Even now, when I am gravely revolving the matter, it is almost impossible to realize that the cause of all our trouble is still existent. Even Miss Harker seems to lose sight of her trouble for whole spells. It is only now and again when something recalls it to her mind that she thinks of her terrible scar. We are to meet here in my study in half an hour to decide on our course of action. I see only one immediate difficulty. I know it by instinct rather than reason. We shall all have to speak frankly, and yet I fear that in some mysterious way poor Miss Harker's tongue is tied. I know that she forms conclusions of her own, and from all that has been, I can guess how brilliant and how true they must be, but she will not, or cannot, give them utterance. I have mentioned this to Van Helsing, and he and I are to talk it over when we are alone. I suppose it is some of that horrid poison which has got into her veins beginning to work. The Count had his own purposes when he gave her what Van Helsing called the vampire's baptism of blood. Well, there may be a poison that distills itself out of good things. In an age when the existence of ptomaines is a mystery, We should not wonder at anything. One thing I know, that if my instinct be true regarding poor Miss Harker's silences, then there is a terrible difficulty, an unknown danger in the work before us. The same power that compels her silence may compel her speech. I dare not think further, for I should in my thoughts dishonor a noble woman. Van Helsing is coming to my study a little before the others. I shall try to open the subject with him. I love Jaffa cakes. Oh, I haven't had a Jaffa cake in so long. Oh my god, wait, hold on. Do they even have? Hold on. Hold on, wait. Can I get Jaffa cakes? I can. Oh, I can. Oh my god, I can. I can get them. Oh, which ones do I want? Or do I want to wait? Do I want to wait? I do want to wait, but I don't. But I don't. Raspberry. Oh, they have the raspberry ones. I love raspberry Jaffa cakes. No, I'm not looking. I'm done. I can't. I cannot. Orange. Okay. Oh, the orange ones. Do I have any tattoos? I do not. Do I hear cake? I'll eat cake. Buy the cakes. I can't. One would be okay now. No, I can't. I can't until September 5th. Sorry, not September. February 5th. I cannot buy anything until at least after the 5th. Got some orange Jaffa cakes at Aldi's. Oh, yum. That's so good. Did you hear cake? I'll eat cake. Yeah, Vera has some Jaffa cakes. Won't it be okay now? No, I can't. I can't spend anything right now. Later, when the professor came in, we talked over the state of things. I could see that he had something on his mind which he wanted to say, but felt some hesitancy about broaching the subject. After beating about the bush a little, he said, suddenly, "Friend John, there is something that you and I must talk of alone. Just at the first at any rate. Later, we may have to take the others into our confidence." Then he stopped. So I waited, and he went on. Madam Mina, our poor dear Madam Mina, is changing. A cold shiver ran through me to find my worst fears thus endorsed. Van Helsing continued. With the sad experience of Miss Lucy, who must this time be warned before things go too far. Our task is now in reality more difficult than ever, and this new trouble makes every hour of the direst importance. I can see the characteristics of the vampire coming in her face. It is now very, very slight, but it is to be seen if we have eyes to notice without to be too prejudiced. Her teeth are some sharper, and at times her eyes are more hard, but these are not all. There is to her the silence now often. As so with Miss Lucy, she did not speak, but even when she wrote that while she wished to be known later. Now my fear is this: if it be that she can, by our hypnotic trance, tell the Count, see and hear, it is not more true than he who have hypnotized her first, and who have drink of her very blood and make her drink of his, should, if he will, compel her mind to disclose to him all which she know. I nodded acquiescence. He went on. Then, what we must do to prevent this, we must keep her ignorant of our intent, and so she cannot tell what she not know. This is a painful task. So painful that a heart break me to think of it, but it must be. When today we meet, I must tell her that for reason which will not speak, she must not more be of our counsel, but be simply guarded by us. He wiped his forehead, which had broken out in profuse perspiration at the thought of the pain which he might have to inflict upon the poor soul already so tortured. I knew that it would be some sort of comfort to him if I told him that I had also come to the same conclusion. For at any rate, it would take away the pain of doubt. I told him, and the effect was as I expected. It is now close to the time for a general gathering. Von Helsing has gone away to prepare for the meeting, and his painful part of it, I really believe his purpose is to be able to pray alone. Calling you out? Huh? Calling you out? What do you mean? Oh no, I'll just put some on your desk. Thank you, Vera. Thank you for the care. Hi, Akita. Thank you for the care package. Oh, let's go ahead and do that really quick. Everybody sit up. Tilt your head to the left. And tilt your head to the right. Look up. And look down. Do you mean the art? Sit up and drink some wawa. Yeah. Hi, Sham. Wow. How are you? What was I saying? So my friend Blair actually drew that for me. It's such a pretty piece of art. I really love how she did it. I love it so much. It looks really good. Bit of crummy day. We're doing well. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had a crummy day. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We're reading some Dracula. We're almost done. We're at the end of chapter 24. And then next week we'll finish off the rest. We are getting to the head of the story. Rachel, you can do exclamation point hug, of course. But yeah, if you want to get nice and cozy, Sham, you're more than welcome to. Wow, I choked on my words there. Later, at the very outset of our meeting, a great personal relief was experienced by both Von Helsing and myself. Mrs. Harker had sent a message by her husband to say that she would not join us at present, as she thought it would be better that we should be free to discuss our movements without her presence to embarrass us. The professor and I looked at each other for an instant, and somehow we both seemed relieved. For my own part, I thought that if Miss Harker realized the danger herself, it was much pain as well as much danger averted. Under the circumstances, we agreed, by question, look, and answer, with finger on lip, to preserve silence in our suspicion, until we should have been able to confer alone again. We went at once into our plan of campaign. Von Helsing roughly put the facts before us first. The Tsarina Catherine left the Thames yesterday morning. It will take her, at the quickest speed she has ever made, at least 3 weeks to reach Varna, but we can travel overland to the same place in 3 days. Now, if we allow for 2 days less for the ship's voyage, owing to such weather influences as we know that the Count can bring to bear, and if we allow a whole day and night for any delays which may occur to us, we have a margin of nearly 2 weeks. Welcome in, Clarence. Thanks so much for the follow. Thus, in order to be quite safe, we must leave here on the 17th at latest. Then we shall at any rate be in Varna by day before the ship arrives, and able to make such preparations, as many as necessary. Of course, we shall all go armed against evil things, spiritual as well as physical. Here, Quincy Morris added, I understand that the Count comes from a wolf country, and it may be that he shall get there before us. I propose that we add Winchesters to our adornment. I have a kind of belief in a Winchester when there is any trouble of that sort around. Do you remember, Art, when we had the pack after us at Tobolsk? What wouldn't we have given then for a repeater apiece? Good, said Van Helsing. Winchesters it shall be. Quincy's head is level at all times, but most so when there is to hunt. Metaphor to be dishonour to science, that wolves be of danger to man. In the meantime, we can do nothing here, and as I think that Varna is not familiar to any of us, why not go there more soon? It is as soon to wait there as here. Tonight and tomorrow we can get ready, and then, if all be well, we four can set out on our journey. We four? Asked Harker, interrogatively, looking from one to another of us. Of course, answered Professor quickly. You must remain to take care of your so sweet wife. Harker was silent for a while, and then said in a hollow voice, Let us talk of that part in the morning. I want to consult with Mina. I thought for now was the time that Van Helsing to warn him not to disclose our plans to her, but he took no notice. I looked at him significantly and coughed. For answer he put his finger on his lips and turned away. Jonathan Harker's journal. The 5th of October, afternoon. For some time after our meeting this morning, I could not think. New phrases of things leave my mind in a state of wonder which allows no room for active thought. Mina's determination not to take part in the discussion set me thinking. As I could not argue the matter with her, I could only guess. I am as far as ever from a solution now. The way the others received it, too, puzzled me. The last time we talked of the subject, we agreed that there was to be no more concealment of anything amongst us. Mina is sleeping now, calmly and sweetly like a little child. Her lips are curved, and her face beams with happiness. Thank God there are such little moments still for her. Later. How strange it all is. I watched Mina's happy sleep, and came as near to being happy myself, and I suppose I shall ever be. As the evening drew on, the earth took its shadows from the sun sinking lower. The silence of the room grew more and more solemn to me. All at once, Mina opened her eyes, and looking at me tenderly, said, Jonathan, I want you to promise me something on your word of honor. A promise made to me, but made wholly in God's hearing, and not to be broken, though I should go down on my knees and implore you with bitter tears. Quick, you must make it to me at once. Mina, I said, a promise like that. I cannot make it once, and we have no right to make it. But, dear one, she said with such spirited intensity that her eyes were like pole stars, it is I who wish it, and it is not for myself. You can ask Dr. Van Helsing if I am not right. If he disagrees, you may do as you will. Nay, more, if you all agree. Later, you are absolved of the promise. I promise, I said, and for a moment she looked supremely happy, though to me all happiness for her was denied by the red scar on her forehead. She said, Promise me that you will not tell me anything of the plans formed for the campaign against the Count. Not by word or interference or implication, not any time whilst this remains to me. She solemnly pointed to the scar. I saw that she was in earnest, and said solemnly, I promise. And as I said it, I felt that from that instant a door had been shut between us. Later that midnight, Mina had been bright and cheerful all the evening, so much so that all the rest seemed to take courage, as if infected somewhat with her gaiety. As a result, even I myself felt as if the pall of gloom which weighs down on us were somewhat lifted. We all retired early. Mina is now sleeping like a little child. It is a wonderful thing that her faculty of sleep remains to her in the midst of her terrible trouble. Thank God for it. For then at least she can forget her care. Perhaps her example may affect me as her gaiety did tonight. I shall try it. Oh, for a dreamless sleep. 6th of October, morning. Another surprise. Mina woke me early, about the same time as yesterday, and asked me to bring Dr. Van Helsing. I thought that it was another occasion for hypnotism, and without question went for the professor. He had evidently expected some such call, for I found him dressed in his room. His door was ajar, so that he could hear the opening of the door to our room. He came at once. As he passed into the room, he asked Mina if the others might come too. No, she said simply. It will not be necessary. You can tell them just as well. I must go with you on your journey. Dr. Van Helsing was startled as I said this. After a moment's pause, he asked, "But why?" "You must take me with you. I am safer with you, and you shall be safer too." "But why, dear Mina? You know that your safety is a solemn duty. We go into danger, to which you are, or may be, more liable than any of us from circumstances, things that have been." He paused, embarrassed. As she replied, she raised her finger and pointed to her forehead. "I know. That is why I must go. I can tell you now, whilst the sun is coming up, I may not be able to again. I know that when the Count wills me, I must go. I know that if he tells me to come in secret, I must come by wile, by any device to hoodwink, even Jonathan." God saw the look, and she turned on me as she spoke, as if there be indeed a recording angel. That look is noted to her everlasting honor. I could only clasp her hand. I could not speak. My emotions was too great for even the relief of tears. She went on. "You men are brave and strong. You are strong in your numbers, for you can defy that which could break down the human endurance of one who had God alone. Besides, I may be of service, since you can hypnotize me and so learn that which even I myself do not know." Dr. Van Helsing said very gravely, "Madam Mina, you are, as always, most wise. You shall with us come, and together we shall do that which we go forth to achieve." When he had spoken, Mina's long spell of silence made me look at her. She had fallen back on her pillow, asleep. She did not even wake when I had pulled up the blinds to let in the sunlight which flooded the room. Van Helsing motioned to me to come with him quietly. We went to his room, and within a minute Lord Goldring, Dr. Seward, and Mr. Morris were with us also. He told them what Mina had said, and went on. "In the morning we shall leave for Varna. We have now to deal with the new factor, Madam Mina. Oh, but her soul is true. It is to her agony to tell her so much as she has done. But it is most right, and we are warned in time. There must be no chance lost, and in Varna we must be ready to act the instant when that ship arrives." "What shall we do exactly?" asked Mr. Morris laconically. The professor paused before replying. "We shall at the first board that ship. Then, when we have identified the box, we shall place a branch of the wild rose on it. This we shall fasten, for when it is there none can emerge. So at least stays the superstition, and to superstition must we entrust all at first. It was man's faith in the early, and it have its root in faith still. Then, when we get the opportunity that we seek, when none are near to see, we shall open the box, and all will be well." "I shall not wait for any opportunity," said Morris. "When I see the box, I shall open it and destroy the monster. There'll be 1,000 men looking on, and if I am to be wiped out from the next moment." I grasped his hand instinctively and found it as firm as a piece of steel. I think he understood my look. I hope he did. "Good boy," said Dr. Van Helsing. "Brave boy. Quincy is all man. God bless him for it. My child, believe me." Hi, Liquid, welcome in. "God bless him for it. My child, believe me, none of us shall lag behind or pause from any fear. I do but say what we may do, what we must do, but indeed we cannot say what we shall do. There are so many things which may happen, and their ways and their ends are so various that until the moment we may not stay. We shall all be armed in all's way, and when the time for the end has come, our efforts shall not be lack. Now let us today put all our affairs in order. Let all things which touch on others dear to us, and who on us depend, be complete, for none of us can tell what, or when, or how the end may be. As for me, my own affairs are regulate, and as I have nothing else to do, I shall go make arrangements for the travel. I shall have all tickets and so forth and for our journey. There was nothing further to be said, and we parted. I shall now settle up all my affairs of earth and be ready for whatever may come. Later. It is done. My will is made, and all complete. Mina, if she survive, is my sole heir. If it should not be so, then the others who have been so good to us shall have remainder. It is now drawing towards sunset. Mina's uneasiness calls my attention to it. I am sure that there is something on her mind which the time of exact sunset will reveal. These occasions are becoming harrowing times for us all, for each sunrise and sunset opens up some new danger, some new pain, which, however may in God's will be means to good ends. I write all these things in the diary, since my darling must not hear them now. But if it may be that she can see them again, they shall be ready. She is calling to me. And that is the end of chapter 24. We will start next week on chapter 25. And we'll end the story. We'll probably finish it next week. We definitely will. Not probably. We definitely will. We most definitely will finish the story by next week. There's only 3 more chapters. I kind of... So, how many versions of the book are there, right? In every rendition of the movie that I've ever seen, there is always some scene of Mina and Dracula meeting again, right? And because of that meeting, it's like they're telling you that he is her past lover or something like that, but they have not. They didn't do that. That's not actually in the book from what I can tell. You know? Hi, Bone Color. Defeating the Count. We're so close to it. We're so close to it. I'd say 7. There's a lot of films. Nosferatu, I have not. Modern interpretation and change. Oh, definitely. Honestly, I was expecting that because you see it in so many of the different versions of Dracula, right? Where he sees Mina, realizes that, oh, that's my past lover. And so he tries to take her away from Jonathan in every version I've ever seen of the movie. So part of me was like, oh, that must be in the book because it's in like every single version of the movie. It's not in there at all. It's not a thing at all. And it kind of feels weird, honestly. I'm like waiting for it to happen. The Muppets version goes hard. Wait, was there was not a Muppets version of Dracula, was there? Unless you're talking about the Count. Are you talking about the Count? Most of the time she's just turned into a vampire spawn. Yeah, it was no full feature, but pretty sure they had an episode. Oh, really? Maybe Dracula isn't a guy who wants to steal your girl. Maybe he's just kind of evil. Exactly. I mean, that's kind of what so I kind of feel like they did the whole like past lover thing, so they give Dracula more of a presence in the films, because in the book so far, we've only had very few and in between actual, like, things with him. You know what I mean? Meruta, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. So it's kind of strange to me that they would do that. That it's, I mean, yes, granted, a lot of Hollywood, they're just like, oh, but there's a redeeming feature of this character. You know what I mean? But when in actuality, there's really not, you know? Except for water retellings, yes. Exactly. Some reinterpretations have more romantic elements between Dracula and Mina, especially in the Coppola version. Keanu Reeves, Jonathan Harker, Gary Oldman as Dracula. Yeah. The first version of Dracula film I saw. I haven't seen that one in a very long time, but I know that that one does exist and it is around. Okay. We are going to go ahead and I think we'll call it there for the night. Thank you everybody for hanging out on YouTube.